32. Katie. 2 days earlier, New Year's Eve, 2018. Everyone is heading to their own cabins to get ready for the evening. Miranda wants us all to dress up. "It's ridiculous," Samira muttered to Emma and me. "We're in the middle of nowhere, in the countryside. Funnily enough, I have other priorities besides tarting myself up. I thought we all came here to relax." "Oh, but I suppose it'll give it all a sense of occasion," Emma said loyally. Besides, in matters like this there is no point in putting up any resistance. Miranda will get what she wants. I don't spend the time before supper getting ready, however. I spend it in my bathroom, crouched over a little plastic stick, and then pacing the length of my cabin, wondering what I am going to do. I want to scream, but this place is so bloody quiet they'd all hear me. Maybe, I tell myself, trying to breathe, the test was faulty somehow. I wish I had got a spare. I was too flustered in the boots at King's Cross, though, too afraid that one of the others would see me buying it. Besides, the little sheet of instructions suggests that while it's possible for the test not to pick up on a positive result, the reverse pretty much never happens. It's 8 o'clock before I know it, and I pull on a black dress I just remembered to throw in the case, an old office-to-cocktails affair, and pull a brush through my hair, so hard I hurt myself. I'm not sure whether it is my imagination or not, but the dress feels tighter than it was at the office Christmas party, and when I study my reflection sideways in the mirror, I am certain that I can see a tiny protuberance where I had nothing before. Oh God! I turn, this way and that. It's definitely there. Dread rises in me. Now that I have noticed it, it seems unmistakable. I'm amazed that Miranda hasn't commented on it. Add this to the fact that I've noticed a little more tenderness in my breasts, and that my appetite has been up and down. And yet, how the hell did this happen? I thought I'd been so careful. Clearly not careful enough. And I don't know what I'm going to do about it. I sit back on the bed. I don't want to go. I can't do this. I can't go out there and face them all. I sit for maybe half an hour, wondering, hoping. Maybe they've forgotten all about me. There's a knock on the door. For a moment I can almost pretend I imagined it. "Katie, what are you doing in there? I can see you sitting on the bed." I go to the door and open it. What choice do I have? I feel like an animal, rooted in its den. Miranda stands there, a hand on one hip. She looks incredible, of course. She's gone for a skin-tight gold sheath dress, the sort of thing you can only get away with if you look like Miranda, and even then probably only on New Year's Eve. "Well?" She looks me up and down. Can she see it? I'm standing front on, so probably not. "Not very festive," she says. Then she opens the little evening bag she has slung over one arm. "Here, this will help." In a kind of daze, I feel her press the lipstick onto my lips, the waxy scent of it almost overpowering. She stands back. "There, that's better. Come on then." She grasps my wrist, her nails grazing my skin, half drags me through the open doorway, forces my arm through hers. I can't take this close contact right now. I extract my arm from hers. "I'm fine, thanks," I say. It comes out sharper than I had intended. I think I can just about manage to walk there on my own. Miranda stares at me, as shocked as if I just yelled at her. You see, I never answer back. She likes to tell people that, as friends, we just don't fight. But that's not down to her, for God's sake. It's because I've never, in the past, put up any resistance. "Look," she says, her voice low, dangerous. "I don't know what's up with you, Katie. You've been a total misery ever since we got here. It's like you're too good for us suddenly, like you can't be bothered to take part. But well, tonight you're going to. You're bloody well going to have a good time." She turns on her heel, and I find myself following her as meekly as if she had a rope around my neck, as I have done so many times before. What other choice do I have? There's a different feeling this evening. Last night it was high spirits, a sense of camaraderie, togetherness. Tonight, the atmosphere carries a dangerous edge. It's as though that time out there, in all that wilderness, has put us on our guard. I wonder if the others can still see the deer, like me, buckling to her knees. It has become a dark thing between us, with the freighted quality of a guilty secret. We killed something together. We were all complicit, even if Emma was the one who took the shot. We did it for fun. Everyone, apart from me, seems to have fractured into their proper pairs, drawing back into their primary allegiances. Nick and Beau, Emma and Mark, Miranda snaking an arm around Julian's waist. At a little remove, Giles and Samira stand talking to each other in a low murmur. Miranda has persuaded them to leave Priya in the cabin tonight so we could all be grown-ups this evening. But judging by Samira's mutinous expression, she isn't exactly happy about it. There's some enforced jollity as Julian carries a bottle of champagne around, pouring liberally, but everyone seems to be gulping it down, hardly tasting it, as though they are trying to drink themselves into the spirit of things. Of course, perhaps I'm imagining this, projecting onto them a tension that really exists only in my own mind. But I'm not so sure, because I see the quick, animal darting looks they are all giving one another. I'm not alone in that. We are looking for something in each other's faces. But what is it? Familiarity? A reassuring reminder of all that holds us close? Or are we fearfully searching for some new element, glimpsed out there on that bleak mountainside? Something new and strange and violent. "Dinner is served," Emma calls from the kitchen. It's a relief to have a new focus, not to have to stand around making small talk that suddenly feels as strained and difficult as it might with complete strangers. It's venison Wellington, although not made with the deer from earlier, I'm relieved to hear. Emma is a wonderful cook. It goes hand in hand with her incredible organisation, I suppose. She has planned this whole trip, down to the very last detail, and she at least seems unchanged by whatever strange spirit has possessed everyone else, brisk and energetic as she carries the dish to the table with a flourish. "God," Miranda says, "I'm in awe of you, Emma. Half the time, if you look in our fridge, you'll just find a bottle of champagne and half a jar of olives. It's like you're a proper adult." Emma flushes with pleasure. Except, I don't think it was a compliment. It makes her look homey, sort of dull, whereas Miranda comes out of it looking glamorous, in an unpredictable rock-and-roll way. It's not even true. Yes, she's not a good cook, but she does do it. But she'll never let an opportunity slip to look superior to Emma in some way. What a bitch! I catch myself, stifle the thought. What has got into me? And, after all, I am a fine one to talk. We all applaud and exclaim over the venison, the golden sheen of the pastry, the neatness of the compact parcel of meat. I cut a morsel. It's perfectly cooked, the pastry flaky, the venison miraculously pink in the middle. But, as I prod it with my fork, a little bloody stream seeps out. I think of that deer today, staggering to her knees, the terrible groan that seemed to echo from the surrounding peaks as she went down, and I feel my stomach turn over. I take a bite, anyway, and sit there struggling to swallow. For a brief, panicked moment the food seems to catch at the back of my throat, and I think I might really choke. It takes a big gulp of my water to send it on its way, and I find myself coughing hoarsely in the aftermath. Samira, next to me, gives me a nudge. "Are you all right?" I nod. Emma, I see, has turned to look at me. "I hope it's okay," she asks. "Yes," I say, my throat raw. "It's absolutely delicious." She gives a very small nod of her head. But she doesn't smile. I wonder if she saw the difficulty I had forcing it down. Worse, my grimace of slight disgust at the sight of the bloodied meat. But I think it's more than that. Emma has never really seemed to like me much. I've tried so hard with her. Perversely, I've tried much harder than I might have done if she had seemed to like me. And it should be the other way round, shouldn't it? She should make the effort with me. She should be the one looking for some kind of acceptance with Mark's oldest friends. She certainly made the effort with Miranda, despite Miranda being an absolute bitch to her at times. I definitely felt a bit sorry for Emma when she joined our group. There was so much to catch up on, so many in-jokes, so much history. It was different for Beau. His Americanness, somehow, set him apart. He was exotic, a New Yorker. And besides, he studied at Stanford. so there wasn't exactly going to be an inferiority complex there. Whereas Emma went to Bath, and Miranda has always seemed determined to find little ways to lord Oxford over her, to show her up as not being quite as good as the rest of us. I don't think she wants Emma to feel bad per se. She just wants a kind of serf-like acknowledgement of her superiority. To her credit, Emma barely seems to notice when Miranda has a go at her. She has a robustness about her, a self-containment. I feel like she's one of those people it's easy to be friends with, because she has no baggage. But she's not the kind of person who would be my best friend. She doesn't seem to have a deeper layer, or if she does, she hides it well. Refreshing, yes, but also perhaps just a tiny bit dull. God, I'm starting to sound like Miranda. You know, I told Emma 2 New Years ago, when she was very new to the group, you really shouldn't put up with Miranda's crap. What do you mean? She asked, wide-eyed. The way she talks to you. She's like it with all of us, to be honest. I sometimes think she has this idea that everyone was put on earth to serve her. I knew how that felt, well enough. I love her dearly, because she has her many good qualities too, but it's definitely one of her less admirable ones. You don't want to play up to her idea of her own superiority. Emma frowned. I really don't mind, Katie. There was a sharpness to her tone that I had never heard before. Oh, I said. I only thought, you don't need to worry about me, she repeated. I really don't mind. And she genuinely doesn't seem to. I watch her now, grinning away at everyone, asking Miranda where she bought her dress. Maybe I'm being oversensitive, but I have sometimes got the impression that she is just barely tolerating me, for the sake of group harmony, that under the surface there might be real dislike, or as close to someone like Emma comes to dislike. It's quite upsetting, to feel yourself disliked by someone as straightforward and good. Good. Yes, that's exactly the word, as Emma. Sometimes, in my more paranoid moods, I have wondered if she recognises that there is something off about me, that she saw the destructiveness and the selfishness in me even before I recognised them myself. Miranda is picking through her meal, carefully separating the fillet from the pastry, and then only eating half of that. She has always been very careful about her weight, which is ridiculous, because she is pretty much the perfect figure, at least according to the glossies and the Daily Mail. But I remember meals at her house, and her mother taking away her plate before she had finished. A lady, she would say, leaves her plate unfinished and keeps her waist under 25 inches. And I thought I came from a dysfunctional family. For a couple of years Miranda went vegan, then she did the 5-2 for a while, and on top of that every Pilates, ballet bar and soul cycle class offered at our upscale gym. She's obviously gorgeous, but if you ask me, she'd look better with a little more weight, more softness. Already, in her 30s, she's starting to get that brittle, aging Hollywood starlet look. Oh, and I'm certain she's had Botox. You would imagine, as her best friend, I might know this for a fact either way. But she's oddly private about such things. The fact that she gets regular fake tans, for example. She'll turn up to a wedding looking as though she spent 3 weeks in St. Bart's. But when I comment on it, she'll just say something like, "Oh yes, I spent a lot of time in the sun recently. I tanned so easily," and abruptly change the subject. He's so hot, isn't he? She's saying now. That gamekeeper. The strong and silent type. Like something from a Mills and Boon novel. So skilled. I didn't realise stalking a deer was so difficult. And so tall. Couldn't you just climb that? God, yes, Samira says to a wounded "Oi!" from Giles. But Miranda hardly seems to notice that she's spoken. She is looking at Julian. The tall part seems a particularly pointed barb. Julian is many things. The one thing he is not, and never will be, is tall. Such a masculine sort of man, Miranda adds. There's something almost dangerous about him. But that makes him all the more attractive. You just know he'd be able to fix anything, or build you a shelter in the middle of a wood. No one has those sorts of skills anymore. You know what you two sound like? Giles says. His tone is light, but I think he's a bit pissed off too. What? Miranda says playfully. A couple of desperate old spinsters. I do not miss the glances at me. Even Nick, for God's sake. Because if anyone is a desperate old spinster here, then it is, well, yours truly. I concentrate on getting a perfect morsel of venison and pastry onto the end of my fork. I think, Miranda says, undeterred, on behalf of women everywhere, that you should try and seduce him, Katie. She says it playfully, but there's an edge to it, and I wonder what it means. She seems slightly too much this evening. The gold dress, her hair piled into a kind of warrior's headdress, the gleam in her eyes, her laugh just a fraction too loud. And get herself murdered, Giles says, laughing. Well, you've got to wonder, haven't you? What's a chap like that doing all alone somewhere like this? I mean, it's beautiful and tranquil and everything for a few days, but it would be pretty creepy living here all the time on your own. You'd go mad even if you weren't already. He's not on his own, I say. There's that woman in the office, Heather. Yes, Miranda says, but they're not together, are they? And she's probably a bit cuckoo, too. If you've chosen this life, you're obviously a bit of a weirdo, or you have something to run away from. I think she seems perfectly normal, I say. I don't know why I'm defending them. It isn't a good idea to disagree with Miranda when she's in this sort of mood. And he seemed perfectly harmless. And yes, I suppose he is good-looking. I see, Julian says in the unconvincing manner of a kindly uncle. That's your type, is it, Katie? I can feel them all peering at me, as though I am a specimen at the bottom of a jar. I swallow the morsel of venison Wellington, take a long draught of my water, though I long for the wine. Maybe it is. After we've eaten supper, it's still quite early. Emma is doing her best to keep everyone well lubricated. She keeps insisting on getting up and topping up glasses, which is faintly embarrassing, as though she's our waitress for the evening. In spite of her efforts, conversation around the table seems to have run dry. There's a strange pause. What to do? What to fill the time with? With the ease of last night mysteriously vanished, it doesn't seem enough to sit around and reminisce together. I remind myself it always feels like this on New Year's Eve, because of all the enforced celebration. Midnight, not particularly late on any given night, seems suddenly like a faraway milestone. I was wondering, Samira says, and I know it's a bit teenage, but we could play Truth or Dare. There are mingled groans. We're in our 30s, Samira, Nick says, raising an eyebrow. I think we're a bit beyond Truth or Dare. Oh, come on, Miranda says. Some of us here like to consider ourselves as young. And it could be fun, Emma says. She's the only one whose mood doesn't seem to have changed from yesterday morning. She's all enthusiasm, flushed with pleasure from the meal's success. She's made a proper effort this evening. She can't match Miranda's glamour, but her off-the-shoulder gunmetal dress has a bit of a shimmer to it, and she's coloured her lips in bright red. It's almost a perfect match for the tiny smear of blood that she's missed, up above her ear next to the hairline, a leftover from this afternoon's hunt. In the absence of another suggestion, everyone seems to accept that this is what we are doing now, playing Truth or Dare. There's a palpable relief, in fact, that we have a structure for the next part of our evening, something to keep us occupied. We sit down around the table. Emma grabs an empty wine bottle and spins it. It lands on Beau. Dare, he says. Kiss Mark, Miranda says. Beau wrinkles his nose. Do I have to? Mark looks, frankly, terrified. But Beau leans over, matter-of-factly, and plants his mouth on Mark's. And for a moment, blink and you'd miss it, I think Mark responds, his mouth moving sensually under Beau's. It's kind of hot. I see Nick frown. He's noticed it too. Everyone's laughing, but there is a new tension in the air now, a frisson of sex. Beau spins the bottle. It lands on Miranda. Truth, she says with a slightly vacant smile. Between this and the lazy, sleepy look of her eyes, I can tell she's already had quite a lot to drink. Okay, Nick says. I've got one. Have you ever slept with anyone else around this table? Miranda giggles. Have I ever slept with anyone else? She says, and there's a slight slur on the slept. I suppose you mean apart from my husband? Yes, Nick says. There's an intensity in the way he's looking at her. It reminds me of a cat watching a bird. She puts a finger up to her lips, though the first time she misses and catches her chin, in a pantomime of thought. I suppose in that case I would have to say yes. There's a stunned silence. That can't be true, can it? If so, I've never heard anything about it. How do I not know? I glance at Julian, but he doesn't look particularly surprised. Does he know? Who can it have been? I study all the faces around the table, but no one's expression seems to give anything away. Mark? He's the most likely, I suppose, but I feel that would have come out, somehow, before now. Still, I think of him spending all that time hanging around college, waiting to give Miranda some message from Julian. There would have been opportunity. Miranda shrugs at us all. I'm not going to tell you anything else, so you might as well spin again. Come on, Samira says. You have to tell us. Yes, Bo says. You can't tell us that and not say any more. Yes, I can, Miranda says, with a sly smile. I've answered the question. I've told my truth. Giles hands Miranda the bottle. Right, next. The gleam in Miranda's eye has grown brighter. After her revelation, the stakes feel higher, the air charged. She spins and it lands on Mark. Dare, he says, almost before it is even fully stopped. Okay. Miranda thinks for a moment. Drink this. She holds out a bottle of Dom Perignon. The whole thing? Emma stares. You can't do that. It used to be my party trick, Mark says. Have I never told you? A whole bottle in 10 minutes. I remember. I also remember the mess afterward. Mark is one of those people who shouldn't drink. It makes some people emotional, some belligerent, others angry. You can guess which group Mark falls into. I'll do it, Miranda says, getting to her feet. She pops the cork with an air of ceremony, making sure to do it carefully so that none spills. Then she walks toward Mark. Kneel down, she says, half seductress, half sergeant major. Open wide. He does what she says, and she upends the bottle, with no warning and very little gentleness, shoving the neck between his parted lips. He makes a kind of gagging sound, but she doesn't relent. If anything, I think I see her give the base a further thrust with one manicured hand. Mark gulps the liquid, his throat working hard, and his eyes streaming, red, almost bloodied-looking. Julian and Giles are egging him on. Get it down, you! And chug, chug, chug. Remnants of chants from rugby socials, no doubt. The rest of us just watch. His nose is running with snot, like a crying child's. He makes more of those gagging sounds, and beneath them there is a kind of low, animal whine that makes the hairs on my arms stand to attention. For all that, most of the booze is frothing over his chin and soaking into his smart shirt, the crotch of his suit trousers. Oh, God, Samira says. He's probably had enough. For fuck's sake, Miranda barks, completely ignoring her. Drink it. You're not drinking it. I think of how dense the bubbles are in champagne, how painful it is to down even a glass of the stuff. It's horrible to watch, a grotesque imitation of a sexual act, but for some reason it is both impossible to look away and to do anything to stop it. The guys have stopped cheering him on now, their chants dwindling to an uneasy silence. Even Emma doesn't move, doesn't make a sound to help her boyfriend. We sit watching as though stunned, mesmerized by this obscene spectacle. Finally, it's drained. Slowly, almost reluctantly, Miranda withdraws the bottle. She gives it a slap with the flat of one hand, and a few more drops fall out, one of them splashing into Mark's eye in a final indignity, the punctuation to the insult. Mark is wheezing, retching, doubled over, his hands on his knees for support. For a horrible moment it looks as if he's going to vomit. Samira, nearest to him, puts a reassuring hand on his back. He shrugs her off with a violent jerk of his shoulders. We wait, silent, no one saying a word, to see how this will play out. Finally, after what feels like a long time, Mark raises his head. He gives us a weak, unconvincing grin and puts one hand in the air like a victor. He must know, surely, whatever we just witnessed was in no way his victory. Still, There's a collective sigh of relief. The others cheer. It was a game! Ha! Miranda, you're so brutal. Mark, well done, Chap. When Mark goes to spin the bottle, his hand shakes. It lands, as I had somehow known it would, on me. Dare, I say. I don't want to do one. Miranda's dares have always been notoriously horrible, but I'd take pretty much any dare over a truth right now. Mark? Samira asks, turning to him. Got any ideas? Mark puts a hand to his throat and tries to speak, but only a hoarse kind of wheeze comes out. He shakes his head and defers his choice. Fine, Miranda says, matter of fact, apparently unconcerned by the fact that she's the cause of this indignity. She steeples her fingers, then goes to Emma, whispers in her ear. Jesus Christ, it's like something from school. How can Emma be so friendly with Miranda after what she just inflicted on her boyfriend? But perhaps we really are pretending it was just fun and games. No harm meant or done. Emma is nodding. Or, she says, and whispers something in Miranda's ear in return. Beau laughs. Going to share with us? Emma shakes her head at him playfully. Miranda doesn't even bother glancing in his direction. She is looking straight at me. I feel a chill go through me. Into the loch, she says. 10 seconds, fully submerged, then out. I stare at her. She can't be serious. Miranda, it's below freezing out there. There's ice on the surface. Yes, Nick cuts in. Miranda, she'll freeze to death. I expect Samira to have my back, too. But she's frowning into space as though her mind is somewhere else completely. Miranda smiles, blithely, and shakes her head. The manager told me she swims in there most days, even in winter. Besides, we'll be ready for you with a towel. You'll be fine, Katie. I stare at her. I can't believe she's actually going to make me do this. But her eyes are blank, expressionless. Go on, she says with a little nod of encouragement. Strip. So often, at school, Miranda was my vanquisher, belittling the girls who tried to have a go at me. But there was another side, too. Miranda, the bully. When she wanted to be, she could be far crueler than any of the classroom bitches. It was rare, but it did happen. The flicking of a switch, the flexing of her muscles, just to remind me who was in charge. I have one particular memory, one of those you just can't shake, however much you try. Year 9, in the changing room before hockey. One of the girls, Sarah, was complaining about the fact that Miss wouldn't let her sit it out, despite it being the first day of her period. She says it's supposedly good for me. Says it will make it better, but I know it won't. It's not fair. The others, nodding and murmuring in sympathy. I remembered the packet of paracetamol in my rucksack, dug it out and offered it to her. Sarah was one of the less terrible ones. Sometimes we sat together in class, the ones I didn't have with Miranda, of course. She looked up at me and smiled as she took the pills. Thanks, Katie. I felt a little warmth spreading through my chest. And then Miranda's voice, clear as a bell. But I suppose Katie wouldn't understand, seeing as she hasn't even got hers yet. All the other girls turned to me in shock, in fascination, looking at me as though I were exactly what I felt, a freak show. It had been a sign, I was sure of it, that there was something definitively wrong with me. 14 and no period to speak of. I had confided in Miranda in the strictest confidence. At the time she had reassured me that she was certain 14 wasn't that late, in the grand scheme of things. And then she had used it to humiliate me, as a way of keeping me in check. She's doing this now. This is absurd. I'm 33 years old. I have people who respect and depend on me at work. I have responsibilities. I'm a brilliant lawyer, in fact. I know that. I never let the other side win. I will not allow myself to be humiliated like this. Fine, I think, looking at Miranda. I see you. I raise you. As though it is nothing at all in the world, I wriggle out of my dress, so I'm standing in front of them all in my underwear. I've somehow managed to wear good underwear, in fact. Yellow silk, lace-trimmed, new. I see Miranda's eyebrows rise a fraction. She was expecting some greige, overwashed horrors, I suspect, in order to compound my humiliation. I wonder if they have noticed my belly. Perhaps it can be explained away by post-dinner bloat. I hunch over, all the same, as I walk across the room without a single look at any of them. Open the front door. Fuck! It is even colder than earlier, if that is possible. It's so cold that it actually hurts. I can feel my skin shrinking. I can't think about it, or I won't be able to do it. I have to be steely, my best, strongest self. The water is only a few yards away, down the path. It looks black as ink, but I can see small pale fragments of ice, gossamer thin, on its surface. I walk toward it and simply keep going as the water covers my ankles, my calves, my stomach. Then I plunge downward, up to my neck. Unbelievably cold. It feels as if I'm drowning, though my head is above the surface. The cold is forcing all the air from my lungs. I'm breathing too quickly, but I can't seem to draw any breath in. And then, finally, I get myself under control. I turn and look at them all, watching me now from the bank. All of them cheering and whooping, except Miranda. She's just watching me. I look straight back at her as I tread water. I hate you, I think. I hate you. I don't feel bad anymore. You deserve everything that is coming to you.
33. Emma. I find Katie a towel from the loo in the lodge. She's so cold that her teeth are chattering with a sound like someone shaking dice. In the light of the living room, her lips are bluish, but it's her eyes that are most disturbing. I know this look. It is that of someone on the edge. I've seen it in Mark. I saw it that day at the racecourse. I hate her, she says in a hiss. I actually hate her. I can't believe she just made me do that. You don't know her properly, Emma. So perhaps you can't understand. You don't know what she's capable of. Actually, I think I know her a lot better than you're always trying to make out. Who has been there for her recently, when you've dropped off the planet? And I certainly know what you're capable of, Katie Lewis. I don't say this, of course. Instead, I grit my teeth and say, how about a glass of champagne? That will warm you up, won't it? No, I don't want a glass of champagne. Besides, hasn't your boyfriend drunk it all? She's spitting the words out. I stare at her. I've never seen her like this. I'm not sure I've ever actually seen Katie angry. Look, Katie, I'm sure she didn't mean it. She's just had a lot to drink and she thought it would be funny. It was fucking dangerous, she growls. Do you have any idea how cold that water is? Come on, Katie. It's about to be a new year, 2019. A whole new year. Try and forget about it. I'm sure we've all done things we aren't proud of recently. I fix her with a look, just enough to give her pause. She swallows and then bows her head as though she is conceding something. I just really want everyone to have a good time, I say. I've been planning this for so long. Yes, she says, chastened. I know. Sorry, Emma. I usher her into the loo, persuade her to change back into her clothes. Suddenly, she is obedient as a child. I find a record at random and put it on the player, cranking it up to full volume. It's Candy Staten, You Got the Love. My favourite song. It's like it was meant to be. And it has the required effect. Everyone starts dancing. Even Katie, albeit somewhat half-heartedly. Miranda is pretty drunk now, but she's still a better dancer than anyone else here, swaying in the middle of the room, her gold dress incandescent with light. I stand up to dance with her, mirroring her moves, and she gives me a big grin. Then her smile wavers, falters. What is it? So weird. She's slurring her words now, using Sean Connery S's. She squints at me. But I feel like this has all happened before. Do you ever get that? When you could swear that you remember this exact moment happening in the past. Typical of Miranda, bless her, to think déjà vu is an experience unique to herself. Yes, I say, sometimes. It's this song, she frowns. I really mean it. I know we've danced to it somewhere before. Don't you feel like this has all already happened? She's looking at me, questioningly. I don't know what to say, so I laugh. If I'm honest, she's scaring me a little bit. I'm relieved when she spots Julian over my shoulder. Julian, she says, dance with me. She reaches for him, her hands groping at his shoulders. He humours her for a few minutes, swaying obediently to the music, his hands on her hips. But there is a curious lack of intimacy about the pose. He looks bored, if anything. But it all makes sense now, of course. Everyone suddenly seems very drunk. I feel like the only one still in control of my faculties. Apart from Katie, perhaps. Mark has seized the deer's head from the wall and is parading around with it, wearing it like a mask, pretending to charge at people. I can see how drunk he is after downing that bottle, his movements uncoordinated. Samira shrieks something between laughter and real terror and ducks away from him, falling back onto one of the sofas. Mark, I shout, put that back. But he doesn't hear me, or he ignores me. There is no reasoning with him when he's like this. Giles, meanwhile, is strolling around the room, drinking straight from an open bottle of champagne. As though struck by sudden inspiration, he puts his thumb in the end and begins to shake it furiously, like a Formula One driver. Then he lets go, aiming for Julian. Julian cowers beneath the spray, a fountain of champagne, as it soaks the front of his shirt, his groin. A good deal of it missed him, though. I see it flooding onto the sheepskin rug, the rich fabric of the sofa. Stop! I shout, running toward them. Stop! But they're completely oblivious to me. In their drunkenness, they seem somehow outsized, their actions bigger, more dramatic. Now, Julian leaps at Giles, catching him by the front of his shirt and yanking down, the shirt ripping open, buttons spraying everywhere, landing with little pinging sounds. Mark turns and sees them. He drops the deer's head like a child who has caught sight of others playing with better toys. He cannons toward them as though not wanting to be left out, tackling both of them about the necks. The three of them lurch, struggle, and then topple. There's a crash as they come down, straight into the glass coffee table in the middle of the room. The dancers, Miranda, Nick, Bo, and Samira, stop what they're doing and look over. I watch as the glass cracks down the middle, slowly, almost ponderously, and then shatters into fragments which skid everywhere. The three of them surface, blearily. Oh, fuck, Giles says. Then he giggles. Doesn't matter, Julian slurs. Don't worry, Emma. He looks about for me. I'll pay for it. He stretches out both his arms. I'll pay for all of it. He puts out a hand to Mark, who has somehow managed to clamber to his feet. Help me up, mate. Mark takes it. He begins to pull Julian to his feet. Then, just as he's almost lifted him to full height, he lets go, so that he crashes back to the floor. I wonder if I'm the only one who saw that it wasn't an accident. Sorry, mate, he says. Julian is looking up at him and he's trying to laugh, but his eyes, I see, are intense, almost black. It's all going horribly wrong. I look about me at the wreckage of the room, to the beautifully dressed dining table beyond, which seems to be mocking me. This is not anything like what I had planned. Then, on the wall clock, I see the time. I could weep with relief. "Hey!" I shout, making a funnel of my hands over my mouth, knowing this might just catch their attention like nothing else. "It's nearly midnight!"
34. Miranda. We stumble outside to the edge of the loch. Julian is hunched over himself. I think he might have hurt himself a bit when he was messing around with Giles and Mark just now. They broke a table, for Christ's sake. They're like children. Katie is still wrapped in one of the big woolen blankets over the top of her clothes. She can't still be cold, can she? She's always been so bloody fragile. Still, I feel quite bad about my behaviour. Not for Mark, he had that coming ever since last night. But Katie hasn't done anything to me, really, beyond being a bit distant and not much fun. Sometimes these impulses overtake me, the urge to push things a bit further, even the urge to wound. I can't stop myself. It's like a compulsion. I'd like to say something to Katie, to apologise maybe, but I can't find the words. The champagne has hit me really hard. My breath is misting in the air, but I can't actually feel the cold, wrapped as I am in my own little blanket of booze. I feel numb. I'd forgotten I had so much wine before the champagne. My thoughts are jumbled, my mind foggy. Maybe it would be better if I was sick. The countdown to midnight begins. "A minute!" Emma shouts, looking at her watch. I stare up at the stars. The new year. What is it going to bring for me? 30 seconds! I look around at the others. They're all grinning, but their faces and the light thrown from the lodge look strange, spectral, and their smiles look like snarls. Mark stands poised with a new bottle of champagne. He hasn't glanced in my direction once since the game. I'm used to having his eyes on me. I don't miss it, of course I don't, but at the same time, as I stand here in the dark, I have this feeling of being invisible, untethered, like a balloon that might suddenly float up into that starlit sky. 20 seconds! The others are chanting now. 19, 18. I don't like it all of a sudden. It feels like the countdown to something terrible. The explosion of a bomb. I imagine the little red lights blinking down. 5, 4, 3, 2. Happy New Year! The rest of us parrot it in response. Giles is fumbling with a lighter at the shoreline. "Be careful!" Samira calls, her voice high and shrill. "Come on!" I shout, trying to shake off the bad feeling. "We're all waiting!" Finally, Giles seems to manage to light the thing. He staggers backward. Then there's a promising fizz, and then a whoosh, and a big red rocket erupts from the ground with a sound like a scream and explodes over the loch. The water reflects it, 1,000 tiny fragments of fire. It's beautiful. I try to focus on it, but everything is spinning. The silence afterward is so heavy. The dark around us is so thick, like I could reach out, touch it. If we were in London, or anywhere near civilization for that matter, we would be able to see all the other firework displays going off around us, reminding us of other people, other life. But here we are absolutely alone. I can still hear the scream of the firework inside my head, but it no longer sounds the same. It sounds like a person, and I have this thought that it wasn't like a firework at all. More like one of those safety flares. SOS, fired from the deck of a sinking ship. Julian comes back over to us. "It's not quite Westminster fireworks," he says. "But who wants Westminster? All those sweaty bodies pressed together when you can have this?" Emma asks. "This place." She spreads her arms wide. "And best friends." She links her arm with mine, and smiles at me. A proper, warm smile. I want to hug her. Thank fuck for Emma. And then she begins to sing. Her voice is surprisingly good. I try and join in. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and days of old lang syne? Okay, I know I've had a lot to drink, but together, out here in the dark and silence, our voices sound beautiful. And there's something vulnerable about the noise. The trees around us are so thick and black. Anyone could be watching us, going through this little ritual together. It must be all the booze, I think, that is making me feel so strange. There's a loud bang and I jump with shock, but it's just Nick opening another bottle of Dom. He pours it into glasses. As he passes one to Katie, I see her face and it makes me shiver. What's wrong with her? It can't all be due to her dunk in the loch, can it? She doesn't even look at the glass of champagne being passed to her, and it slips from her grasp. "Whoops," Beau says, catching it. "That was nearly a goner." Nick raises his glass. "To old friends," he says. He looks straight at me while he says it. I don't know why, but I have to look away. I down my glass. There's a strange pause now. No one seems to know what to do next. The landscape around is so quiet in the lapse. I feel my stomach do an unpleasant somersault. The ground beneath me seems to shift under my feet. Wow, I'm definitely drunk. "We should kiss," Samira says. "Where's the kissing?" She reaches up and smacks a kiss on Julian's cheek. "Happy New Year." Mark turns to me. I don't want him to kiss me. When he leans in, I duck so that his lips barely graze my ear. I catch the flash of annoyance, even anger in his expression. I think of his eyes last night, the menace of his tone. I turn to Julian. His face is completely in shadow from this angle. I cannot make out his features or his expression, just the dark gleam of his eyes. When I lean in to kiss him, on the mouth, of course, I have this feeling that he too is a stranger. This man with whom I have spent so much of my life, with whom I have shared a house and a bed, beside whom I have slept most nights. How little it takes, I think, just some shadows, really, to make ourselves unknown to each other. Wow, alcohol always makes me think deep thoughts. "Happy New Year," I say. "Happy New Year," he says, and I'm not sure. But I think he turns slightly as I reach up to him, so that my lips land on the very corner of his mouth, just like I did with Mark. Nick is on my other side. "Nick," I say with forced jollity. "Happy New Year again. Come here." I put out my arms. He lets me hug him. He smells amazing, like the cologne counter at Liberty. "Why have we never been better friends, Nick?" I ask. It comes out sounding pretty fucking needy. I didn't quite mean to say it out loud. He steps back, his hands on either side of my shoulders. To everyone else, he might be holding me in an affectionate embrace. He looks straight into my eyes as he says, "Oh, Miranda, I think you know the answer to that." It's the way he says it. So quiet, under his breath so that no one else can hear. I suddenly feel cold in a way that I don't think has anything to do with the freezing air. I take a step back. I drink a bit more, then much more, as the others go on partying around me. I want to get back into the swing of things. I want to get rid of this feeling. A kind of fear deep in my belly, deeper somehow than anything I felt last night in the bathroom. I feel I am clinging to a cliff edge and slowly my fingers are loosening their grip, that beneath me is nothing. The loss of everything. Everything important. Beau slides up to me. "You all right?" He's always been the one to notice when someone isn't okay. It's because he's quiet. He observes, while the rest of us are busy making lots of noise. And he's kind. He's so unlike Nick with all his sharpness. "Yes," I say. "Want to go have a drink of water?" I know he's saying I need it because I'm drunk, but actually I do feel a bit weird. "All right." I follow him into the kitchen and watch dumbly while he runs me a glass from the tap. When he hands it to me, I say, "Thanks. I might just sit by myself for a bit, if that's okay." "Okay," he says, hovering. "Go." I shoo him away. "All right," he says, and then, with a teacher-like waggle of his finger, "But I'm coming back in a little while if you haven't reappeared." "Fine." And then I remember to say, "Thank you, Bo." "Forget it, darling. The number of times someone helped me out like this, I owe the universe a great deal." "But Bo," I say, before I can stop myself, "I'm not a junkie. I've just had a bit too much champagne." Oops, I didn't quite mean to say that. Something in his face changes, his eyes going all narrow. I've never seen Bo look like this before. I've always thought there must be someone else in there, someone darker, and, from what Katie told me once, someone capable of some fairly out-there behaviour. It's like he's been wearing this mask, and I've just seen behind it. I suddenly feel a bit more sober. "I'm sorry, Bo," I say. "I didn't mean it. I don't know what's wrong with me. I've had too much to drink. Please." I reach out a hand to him. "It's okay," he says, his tone light. But he doesn't take my outstretched hand. I wait until he's gone, and then I click off the light and let my legs collapse under me like a folding chair, so I'm sitting on the floor. I'll just rest here a bit, until I sober up. What the fuck is wrong with me? How could I have said that to Bo, of all people, when he was trying to help me? Katie once told me I was careless. "You say things off the cuff," she said, "without thinking. The only problem is people who don't know you might think you mean them." She knows me so well, but I'm not sure even she knows how I hate myself later on, after making one of these so-called careless remarks. The way at Oxford I'd lie in my bed the morning after a night out and think about how I'd behaved, everything I'd said and done. "Everyone falls in love with you," Samira told me once. "They can't bloody help it." I have often wondered, do they actually like me? I'll just let my eyes close here, just for a little bit. I'm woken by the sound of a voice, low, urgent. "Miranda." It's a man's voice, little more than a hoarse whisper, as though he doesn't want to be heard. Who is it? "Julian?" I squint through the gloom. I'm confused by the dark. In the distance I can hear the rumble of voices. The others, I realise. My head's swimming. He steps forward, and finally I see who it is. I've never seen him like this. There's a strange, almost threatening expression on his face.
35. Doug. He's sitting in the one armchair in his cottage. Every so often he reaches over and pours a little more from the bottle of single malt. His aim is to get so drunk that he simply passes out, or anesthetizes himself, but his mind is still obstinately clear. New Year's Eve, another year clicking over. They say that time is the greatest healer, but it hasn't done much good in his own experience. Events from 6 months ago are a blur. The days run into one another here, with little to differentiate them other than the slowly changing seasons. But that day in his past, 3 years now, is as clear as if it happened yesterday, an hour ago. Beyond the window there is an explosion. He feels his whole body go rigid with shock. He almost drops to the floor. His heart feels like it's going to punch its way out through his chest. Then he realizes what it is. A firework. He fucking hates fireworks. Still, after all these years, they have this effect on him. The day your life changes forever, does anyone see it coming? He definitely didn't. It had been an uneventful few weeks. Things had settled into a pattern, had started to feel as normal as you can get in a place like Helmand Province. All the men had relaxed, perhaps got a bit sloppy. It's impossible not to, even though you're trained in how to keep yourself alert. But when you have to be more on than the human body is ever meant to be, for 4 days in a row, it's impossible not to switch off when the threat level lessens. It was a routine excursion, as usual as a police officer's beat, just to check that everything was as it should be. The men making a patrol of the street, him up above as cover. Doug was one of 2 snipers. They had to take turns, shifts, to make sure that they were really focused, and this one was his watch. The men were just below him, coming around the corner in the armoured trucks, when the spotter shouted out to him. A small child, a little boy, running from the other end of the street. Everything froze, apart from the small, running figure. Doug realized the boy looked bulky. He was wearing a jacket several sizes too big for him, and he was running straight toward the men. He was only about 5 years old. Hardly even a proper little boy yet. Hardly older than a toddler. But immediately Doug was thinking, bomb. He knew what he had to do. He took aim through the viewfinder, tracked the boy. His finger was on the trigger. He was ready, but he wanted to get a better visual. He couldn't see any proper evidence of a device other than that bulky jacket. He had perhaps 10 seconds, then 9, then 5, then 3. The spotter was screaming at him, but it was as if he was underwater. His brain and body seemed to have slowed. He could not shoot. And then everything exploded. The men, the trucks, half the street, all in the same second that he finally managed to exert the required pressure on the trigger. The therapist he saw told him that his reaction had been completely understandable, that the situation had been an impossible one, and yet this didn't help him explain it to himself, or to the families of the dead men who visited him that night. This is why he does not sleep, because as long as he is awake, he does not have to see their faces and answer to their silent interrogation. Though lately, they've begun arriving even in his waking hours. He sees them approaching in the middle of the landscape, so real that he swears he could reach out and touch them. This is why he is lucky to have this job. In any other, he might not be able to hide it. Someone would notice that he was acting oddly and report it, and that would be it. But here there is no one to notice. There's Heather in the office, but she gives him a wide berth. And perhaps she has some hiding of her own to do. Why else would a young 30-something attractive woman come and live in a place like this on her own? He doesn't ask her reasons, and she in turn doesn't ask him his. It's an unspoken, mutual agreement. He was lucky that the boss didn't care about the other thing, even though he had to declare it on his application. The boss, said the suit who interviewed him, doesn't mind about all that. He wants you to feel you have a clean slate here. A clean slate. If only. He switches on the TV and immediately regrets it. All it shows, of course, are thousands of happy faces. Families snugged together on the bank of the Thames, eyes lit with red and gold flames as they watch the display. He wonders what Heather is doing over in her cabin. He has seen her lights on, late at night. He knows she does not sleep well either. He could go around, with a bottle of whiskey, as he has thought of doing on more nights than he would care to admit. He recalls that night when she opened her door to him, when she had heard the sound. He remembers everything about it, a picture clear in his mind. The flush of her cheeks, her dark hair mussed about her head, the giant pajamas swamping her. She had invited him in, and then she had blushed as she realized how it sounded. He had refused, of course, but he has imagined following her in. He has imagined a lot more, too, in the lurid, sleepless small hours of the night, when he has glimpsed the light on in her cottage. He has imagined pushing her up against the wall, her wrapping her legs around his waist, how her mouth might taste on his. He will not go around there. Not tonight. Not any night. Someone like him has a duty to stay away from someone like her. She does not deserve the catastrophe that he represents. That sort of life is close to him now. He leans over toward the fire. He raises a hand, and with the dispassionate regard of a scientist, holds it in the flames so that the skin sears like steak.
36. Heather.
Now, January 2nd, 2019. Doug stands in the doorway frowning at me. "Come in, Doug," I say. "Close the door." He comes to stand in front of the desk, towering over me. "Doug," I say. "I shouldn't have done this, but I have something to confess. I googled your name. I found out about the court case." He says nothing. His eyes are on the floor. "What happened?" "Explain it to me, I think. What you did. The violence. Make me understand." Although I'm not sure that he can. I can't see how there can be any way he could explain it. He takes a breath and begins. He had been in a bar in Glasgow, he says, with friends, about 3 months after returning home from his tour. Tour of Afghanistan, 6 months. He'd had one too many, or rather several too many, but he was feeling loose and relaxed for the first time in as long as he could remember. And then this bloke swaggered over to him. "Hey," he said, "I recognise your face. I know you from somewhere." "I doubt it." He'd barely glanced at the guy. "No," the man said. "I do." He took out his phone, did something on it. He held the screen up. Facebook. A photograph. It was him. It was in Helmand. "My best mate, Glenn Wilson. I knew it. This is you, isn't it? In the photo with him. I know it's you." He could hardly bring himself to look at the photograph. "Then I'm sure you're right," he'd said, feeling the beer sour in his stomach, still just trying to brush the guy off. Maybe this would placate him. "It must be me." "So you were there?" The man was standing too close. "Yes, I was there. I knew Glenn. He was a great guy." He wasn't actually, not one of the best, always picking fights, but you didn't speak ill of the dead. And he knew so very many dead. "You were in his regiment?" The man's face, beer stale, was squared up to his own. He was speaking too loudly. There was a pugnacious twist to his face. His shoulders set. Doug could sense the interest of those surrounding them quickening in the background. The irresistible lure of confrontation. Something's going on. "Yes," he said, trying to stay measured, to speak calmly, to counteract the man's tone. The therapist had taught him some breathing exercises. He could try those. "I was. But I don't understand," the bloke said, smiling. Except it wasn't a smile at all, it was more like a snarl. "I thought everyone in that regiment was killed. I thought they were all surrounded and blown up by the Taliban." Doug closed his eyes. It was Al-Qaeda, actually. "They were, most of us." "Then how did you manage to get away, eh, mate? Look at me. I'm talking to you. How are you standing here alive and well, drinking a fucking beer, mate? Well, my best friend is lying dead in Durkistan. Can you explain that to me?" He could feel something rising inside him. Something dangerous, rapidly growing outside his control. "I don't have to explain it to you, mate." He tried breathing in through his nose, out through his mouth. It didn't seem to be working. The man took another step forward. "I think you do, actually, and we've got all night. I'm not going anywhere until you explain it all to me, piece by fucking piece, because I love that guy like a brother, and from where I'm standing, shall I tell you what it looks like?" "What?" he managed. He was still fighting it, the thing rising in him. "What does it look like?" The bloke prodded him hard in the centre of his chest. "It looks like you're a fucking coward." That was when the mist had come up over him. The red mist they talk about, though it was more like a flood. If anything, he was most purely himself in that moment. More than he had been in months. More so than he had been since the good days at the beginning of the tour. He had lunged forward and grabbed the man by the front of his shirt. "What's your name?" The man gulped but didn't speak. "What's your name, laddie? Forgotten how to speak?" The man had made a kind of garbled noise in his throat, and Doug realised then he was actually holding his collar too tightly for him to get any words out. He relaxed his grip, infinitesimally, and roared in the bloke's face. "What's your fucking name?" The man's friends, it seemed, weren't interested in helping him out. "Some mates you've got, eh?" He looked at them. He felt as though he could take all of them on if necessary, and he wondered if they knew it too. It's Adrian." "Well, let me tell you, Adrian, I don't think you should go meddling in things you don't understand, got it? I don't have to explain myself to anyone, especially not a little dipshit like you. What do you do for a living?" "I'm an accountant." "Right, an accountant." He gave the bloke a shake, and he whimpered. He couldn't be bothered, he realised. Suddenly he just felt tired and very sober. The flood was ebbing away. This man wasn't worth his energy. He let him go. "Do yourself, do everyone the favour, and stop meddling in things you can't possibly understand, yeah?" There was no answer. The man was massaging his throat, but he nodded twice. Doug's hand ached. He flexed it. He wasn't proud of what he had done, but at least he had stopped himself. Then he heard sotto voce, "Fucking coward." That was when he had lost it properly. According to the eyewitnesses, of which there were many. It was a crowded bar after all. They said they thought he was trying to kill the bloke. The police had to drag him off him. Adrian Campbell. That was his full name. There had been extenuating circumstances to a degree. Campbell had a history of involving himself in brawls and generally disrupting the peace. There was the nature of the insult, put in context with his own previously undiagnosed condition, post-traumatic stress disorder, making him not fully in charge of his own actions. He knew otherwise. Unsurprisingly, his lawyer advised him not to mention this in court. The sentence was 250 hours community service, and the sessions with the psychiatrist. He thought when it came to the latter, that he probably would have preferred to stay in prison. "Okay," I say when Doug finishes. But it's not really okay. I'm not okay. I don't know what to feel about it. On the one hand, there is the fact that for all its violence, the story has a strange kind of logic to it. He was suffering from PTSD, and he was viciously provoked. From what he says, that man was trying to get a rise out of him, pushing all his buttons. I suppose it at least provides some context for the horror I read on the internet, but there's a small voice that's also saying, "You are drawn to this man, in spite of yourself. Therefore, you are trying to excuse the inexcusable." Because his blunt, even dispassionate account of the incident has illustrated exactly what he is capable of. Far more graphically, somehow, than any of those lurid column inches could. What exactly the boss thought he was doing, employing me here with a man who had done such a thing as my sole other co-worker, I don't know. But that's another matter. The important question is, does it make him capable of killing that guest? No. Of course it doesn't. At least, probably not. Hopefully not. Unless, of course, she provoked him.
37. Emma. One day earlier. New Year's Day, 2019. The party by the lock has suddenly diminished. Giles told us he was going to check on Priya. Katie has gone to get another jumper. It's too cold to sit out here much longer. Crap, Bo says. Miranda still hasn't come back. I bet she's passed out. She told me to leave her, and to be honest, she isn't her best self right now. Leave her, says Nick.
She could do with sleeping a bit of it off. I don't know, Bo says. She was in a pretty bad way.
I'll go, I say. It's dark and very quiet when I step into the lodge, so much so that I assume Miranda can't be here at first. Then I hear the voices. Something makes me stop. There's an intimacy to the darkened room that makes me feel I shouldn't disturb them. One voice is low, hoarse, almost a whisper. The other, drunken, belligerent. I had to tell the truth, duh. It was truth or dare. No, you didn't. You know you didn't. You were doing it to wind me up. A laugh, sharp and mean. Believe it or not, Giles, I didn't think of you once. Fine. Exactly, you didn't think. You don't. And what about Julian? Oh, he won't think anything of it. I told him I slept with Katie once to turn him on. He has this whole little fantasy about us slutty schoolgirls. Chill out. He's never going to guess it was you, Giles. If you hadn't noticed, there aren't that many candidates here. It wouldn't take a genius. Samira knows we were in the same tutor group together. Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't know why you're getting your knickers in such a twist. It happened a million fucking years ago. Except not so much so that you could helpfully forget about it for one stupid bloody game. If Samira found out about us, even though it happened a long time ago, it would be really, really bad. She had a lot of trouble after Priya was born, more than you know, and she's always had this suspicion, this idea that something might have happened, that I have a thing about you, which is completely ridiculous, of course. Is it? Miranda says now. Is it, Giles? What about that party? For God's sake! Yes! What are you trying to say? Don't look at me like that. Look, we've all had a lot to drink. I think it's probably time we all went to bed. I know you're not going to say anything to her. I just got worried for a second when we were playing that stupid game. No, I don't think so. Can't promise anything, though. Might be good for your marriage, little test. Might be refreshing for us all. Show you aren't quite as bloody perfect as you think you are. For God's sake, Miranda! He's practically hissing now. You know what? One of these days, you're going to go too far. Then, suddenly, there's a groan, a deep animal sound. Oh, for God's sake, Giles says again. Miranda is hunkered over in her gold dress on her hands and knees, vomiting onto the ground. Giles watches her, impassive. He doesn't seem at all like the man I have come to know, the caring husband and father, the man who saves people's lives on a ward. I would have expected that man to kneel down, to hold back her hair. I've seen another side of him this evening. Then he turns, suddenly, before I have time to hide myself. His eyes meet mine.
38. Miranda. When I wake, it's very dark and quiet. For a moment, I have absolutely no idea where I am. I grope about with one hand to get my bearings. My first impression is of feeling absolutely disgusting, like my insides and my throat have been scoured with wire wool. The taste in my mouth is sour, acrid. What's wrong with me? Am I ill? I grope for a switch, blink it on. Oh. The light returns me to my surroundings. With a horrible inevitability, the events of the evening come back to me. Drinking far too much, having to prove myself as the life and soul of the party, Giles accosting me with his paranoia. Well, maybe he's not being totally paranoid. I know Samira's always had her suspicions. and I didn't feel good about it at the time. It was after a boozy night in the pub for our tutor group, and I already knew she liked him, but for God's sake, it was before they even started going out. If you let something like that upset you, you're frankly too bloody thin-skinned. If anyone needs to be worried, it's me. I was with Julian at the time, after all. Oh, God, and now I remember vomiting while Giles looked on, eyes on me the whole time like he half wanted me to choke on it. When Julian appeared, he just looked tired, vaguely disgusted. No, I wasn't so drunk that I don't remember that. I glanced in the mirror hanging above the dressing table. I thought I looked amazing in that gold dress. No, I knew I looked amazing. But it's like I've woken up in a parallel universe. Now the fabric is rumpled and stained, and my makeup, I was wearing quite a lot of it, I need to wear more of it these days, has sunk into the creases of skin about my eyes and mouth that I could swear weren't as deep yesterday. I move away from the light, thinking of Blanche Dubois, cringing away from lamps. Is that what I'm going to become? Is there anything sadder than a once beautiful woman who has lost her looks? For some reason, there's a song going around and around in my head. Candy Station's You Got the Love. And there's something about it that niggles at me, though I can't put my finger on it. It's like last night, when someone said that disconcerting thing. Who was it? And what did they say? At least I'm feeling a bit less drunk now. I must have got rid of most of the booze from my system. I have no idea what time it is. But Julian isn't back yet, so the party must be continuing. I feel a sudden sense of FOMO at the idea of them carrying on without me. I can't believe I managed to pass out. I've got to rally myself, get back out there. This is what is expected of me, after all. I stagger into the bathroom, drag a comb through my hair, splash some water on my face, and attempt to tidy the makeup smeared around my eyes, with little effect. I brush my teeth. That's something, at least. What time is it? I check the clock. 4 a.m. Wow, the others have really made a night of it, then. I feel that sting again, at the knowledge of the fun I must have missed. I have always been, prided myself on being, the life and soul of the party. That was what Julian said at our wedding. I love you. Looking at me, looking into my eyes, because you are the life and soul of the party. And a few other reasons, I hope, I had said, laughing. He had grinned. Of course. But it has stuck with me, that phrase. I remember the way he looked at me as he said it, and I can never let it go, that aspect of myself. Well, I'm going to show him now. I open the door of the cabin. The cold hits me like a slap. I steel myself against it. There are lights on, coming not from the lodge building, as I had first thought, but from the sauna. I feel a little sting of resentment. They could have come and got me, asked if I wanted to join them. I've been wanting to try out the sauna. I slip and slide my way there along the frozen path, past the lodge. All the lights in there are off, bar a single lamp in the living room. I can just make out Mark sleeping on one of the sofas. Another casualty of this evening, then. I feel a little better for knowing that I'm not the only one. There is a smell in the air that I recognise from skiing trips. A freshness, almost metallic. I remember Doug's warning. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we were all sitting in the sauna, looking out toward the loch, and it started to snow? So picturesque. Give us a good memory of tonight, one that would erase my messiness. As I get nearer, I hear a strange sound that literally stops me in my tracks. Something animal, somewhere between a cry and a groan. It sounded as though it came from the direction of the sauna, the woods behind. I feel my skin wash with goosebumps as I hurry toward the sauna. It represents a haven now from the great wild outdoors. Only a couple of feet from the door I hear the sound again, and this time I hesitate. because now I'm almost certain it came not from the trees behind the sauna, but from inside the sauna itself.
39. Heather. Now, January 2nd, 2019. I go to the little toilet next to my office to splash some cold water on my face, in an attempt to try to clear my mind after everything I've just discovered about Doug. I'm just drying my face when I hear something, a murmuring of voices, a man and a woman. It's two of the guests, I'm certain, but I can't work out which ones. Part of the problem is that they all have the same voices to my ear. Southern, middle class, entitled. The man first. If they find out, I'm screwed. Why would they find out? The woman answering. There's a note. I freeze and move closer to the wall as quietly as I can. Of course, the corridor to the back door wraps around beside my office. Someone could go there wanting to have a private conversation and never know that there's a room here, because the loo is only accessible through the office. The note? The woman says, with a tremor of incredulity. You didn't destroy it? No, I didn't think. I was too panicked with everything else. I don't even know where it is now. There is a long silence, during which I am fairly sure the woman is trying to think of ways not to berate him. What sort of note, I wonder? A suicide note? That seems unlikely. The last time I checked, it was pretty difficult to strangle yourself. The important thing, the woman says calmly at last, is that you didn't have anything to do with her death. That's what counts. They'll be able to see that. But will they, though? He says. His voice rises to a shrill, panicked pitch. Then it sinks to a murmur again, quieter than before. I think she shushed him. I press my head closer to the wall. When the other stuff comes out about me, when they decide what sort of person they think I am. There's a sudden crash. I jump back, confused, and realise that in my eagerness to hear, I've managed to dislodge the little hunting scene on the wall next to me. It has fallen to the ground with an impressive explosion of broken glass. The voices, of course, have gone quiet. I can almost feel them, standing there rigid with shock, on the other side of the wall, hardly breathing. As quietly as I can, I creep my way back into the office.
40. Miranda. One day earlier, New Year's Day, 2019. The sight confronting me inside the sauna is absurd. I am so stunned that I feel a strange urge to laugh. I remember when our cat got run over when we were children, how, when my mum told us, my brother's first reaction was, "Ha!" I was so shocked I slapped him. But my mum explained that it was a simple reaction to the trauma, the brain short-circuiting, unable to make sense of something. This is what I see. My husband, crouched on the floor of the sauna. Above him, I see Katie, my best friend, my oldest friend, completely nude, her legs open, his head buried between them. My plain, flat-chested, thick-thighed friend, her head thrown back in ecstasy. He grips her calves. She has her feet locked around his back, and as I watch, he reaches up and takes the nipple of one of her fried egg breasts in one hand. This, finally, is too much. It's torn out of me. Ugh! They freeze. Then both slowly turn to look at me. Julian. Oh, Christ! Wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. Their expressions are blank at first, as they make sense of what they are seeing. I feel a tide of horror flooding through me, like a poison entering the bloodstream. I glance over at the scuttle of hot coals, and for a second I am tempted, really tempted, to pick up the shovel and chuck a load of the burning rocks at them. It is all completely absurd. My husband and my best friend. It can't be possible. I almost expect them to both suddenly crack grins and congratulate themselves on pranking me, as they did at the surprise party for my 30th birthday. This would be rather difficult to explain away as a prank, though. "Oh," Katie says. "Oh, God." "I thought you were asleep," Julian says. "I left you at the cabin. You were passed out." And then, apparently realising the ridiculousness of accusing his wife of not being where he thought she was while he cheated on her, he says, "Oh, God, Miranda. Oh, fuck. I'm so sorry. It's not what it seems." And now I do laugh. A mad witch cackle that only makes them look more afraid. Good. I want them to be afraid. "Don't you dare come back to the cabin," I say to Julian. "I don't care where you stay, frankly. You can be with her for all it matters to me now. But I don't want to see your face. So don't come anywhere near me." I'm rather amazed by how calm I sound, at the contrast between my internal and external selves. "We need to talk." "No, we don't. I don't want to speak or look at you for a long time. Perhaps never again." As I say it, I realise I mean it. I was furious at him for the insider trading. At first I thought, briefly, about walking away, but I never truly considered it. Now this is different. He nods mutely. I can't bring myself to look at Katie. I can't believe I wasted so much time on you. Either of you. And then something occurs to me. Something almost too horrible to vocalise. But I have to say it. Have to know. I turn to Katie, still not looking at her, but in her vague direction. "You didn't drink anything," I say. "On the train. I saw. You had a glass of wine, but you didn't drink it. You haven't been drinking at all, actually." Silence. She's going to make me say it out loud. I can see even now how she crouches over in her nakedness, trying to hide it from me. What I saw earlier when she was in her underwear, but couldn't understand at the time because I was too drunk, because it made no sense. It's no Christmas paunch. Katie isn't the sort of person to get a Christmas paunch. "You're pregnant." When she doesn't respond, I say it again, louder. "You're pregnant. Say it for fuck's sake. You're pregnant. It's his. Oh my God." I see Julian's mouth fall open. So he doesn't know yet. It's a small victory, at least, to see how appalled he looks. "Manda," Katie says, "it was an accident. I put up a hand to stop her. I will not cry in front of them. That's all I can think. Miranda Adams never cries. "You're welcome to each other," I say, while the grief and rage courses through me like acid. The pregnancy is so much worse than the affair somehow. The sense of the theft is so much greater. It's like Katie has stolen it directly from me. That thing inside her should be my baby. "I'm getting the early morning train back to London," I say, and I'm proud that there's only the hint of a catch in my voice. "There are some things I need to do. Something I need to set right. A secret I've kept for far too long. Julian, I think you know what I'm talking about." His eyes widen. "You wouldn't, Miranda. You wouldn't do that." But I would. "Oh, wouldn't I?" I smile. I know it will unnerve him even more. "You think you know me so well? Well, until just a few minutes ago I thought I knew you, but it would appear that I was wrong. What's to say you know me so well in return? Want to find out how little you understand me? It would destroy you too." I put a hand to my lips, a pantomime of deliberation. I am almost enjoying this, making him squirm. It is a very tiny compensation. I don't think it will, actually. I'll explain it all to them, how you even tried to trick me at first. It will be a bit embarrassing, yes, and I suppose there might be some small penalty for not doing it sooner. But I won't be the one losing my job. I won't be the one going to prison. That will be you, just in case you're unclear. You will be the one going to prison. His mouth is set, grim. It's a pretty big offence, isn't it? Especially in this post-credit crunch world. You think any jury would hesitate to convict you? You're a fat cat wanker banker. They'd take one glance at your smug face and tell the judge to throw away the key. I'm not even sure insider trading cases have a jury, but it is enough to see the look on Julian's face. The fear. Katie looks completely baffled. So this is one intimacy he has not shared with her. Lucky girl. He comes toward me again, and this time I put my hands up to stop his words landing on me, affecting me, to show him that I will not be swayed. It would ruin both of us, Manda. The short, affectionate version of my name, as though he thinks it might soften me. Don't you ever call me that again, I say. And yes, when I divorce you, I suppose there will be less coming my way, once they finish with you, if that's what you're referring to. But at least I'll have a clear conscience. And I'll have got my revenge.
41. Katie. So, this is the truth. The one I could never have told in that game. It had been a really long week. I'd had 2 nights of sleeping in the office. They actually have these little rooms called sleeping pods, where you can grab a couple of hours rest. No, in case you're wondering, that's not the company looking after its employees. It's simply in order to keep them close, to wring as much work out of them as possible. My mind felt numb. The case was over. I was going home. Except that nothing was waiting for me there beyond a fridge with some curdled milk in it, if I was lucky, and a prime but utterly uninspiring view of the very square mile I slaved away in daily. And silence. The silence of a single woman with nothing for company but a bottle, or 2, of wine. It was 10 o'clock. Too late to call anyone, scare up some plans. In my early 20s there would have been more of a chance of that. People might have been busy, but invariably it would have been something I could join at late notice. A house party. Smira was always throwing them. Or a night out clubbing with Miranda. A big dinner with the gang. Now everyone had plans that took place in smaller numbers, usually 2s or 4s, and were arranged in advance, didn't welcome a last-minute interloper. Maybe I could have called Miranda, but I wasn't sure I had the energy for her, for all that perfection, for her to make me her project, as she always did, has always done, and tell me what was wrong with my life. So I could go home and sit with my bottle of wine in my empty flat, or I could do it in a bar, and perhaps pick someone up to bring home. This was my replacement strategy, you see, for the nights out and house parties and dinners of our 20s. I suppose in a way it was more efficient. At least you didn't have to make conversation. Of the 2 options open to me, the second was infinitely more appealing. I could take someone home, and for a couple of hours that flat would have life and noise in it. So I walked into one of my regular spots in the shadow of St. Paul's. The barman knows me so well that he started pouring me a large glass of pouilly fumé before I'd even sat down, which is either thoughtful or depressing, depending on which way you look at it. I sat down on the stool and waited for someone to approach me. It usually didn't take too long. I'll never be Miranda beautiful, of course. This used to depress me. It's not easy growing up in the shadow of a friend like her. But of late, perhaps only really since I turned 30, I have learned that I have something that seems to intrigue men, my own particular attraction for them. There were a few people around the bar, groups of co-workers, probably, and a scattering of Tinder dates, but it wasn't packed. Only Tuesday evening, so not a proper night out. Perhaps I had been overly confident about my chances. There was only one man sitting along the other bar, perpendicular to me. I'd vaguely noticed him as I sat down, though he hadn't glanced up, and I hadn't actually looked properly at him. I could tell even from the hazy outline in my peripheral vision that he was youngish, in the way that I am youngish, and attractive. I don't know how I knew this without properly looking. It must have been some animal sense. And that same sense told me that there was something despondent about him, hunched over. And then both of us looked up at the same time, to get the barman's attention. I saw with a shock who it was. Julian? He looked surprised to see me too. I suppose perhaps it shouldn't have been all that shocking, considering we both work in the city. But there are still thousands of bars and thousands of people, and I would have assumed Julian was at home with Miranda anyway. This was one of the first things I mouthed to him. Where's Miranda? We had never had that much to do with each other. That was the thing, unless it was through Miranda. She's at home, he mouthed back to me. And then he mimed he was coming to sit next to me. I was half pleased, half put out. Now I definitely wouldn't be going home with anyone. By the time Julian and I had had our conversation and he'd headed off to Miranda, I'd be too tired to start up anything with someone new. He came to sit next to me. As he leaned down to pull the stool toward him, I caught the scent of his aftershave, a gin and tonic freshness, and I remembered how 20 minutes ago, when I thought him a stranger, I'd had the sense that he was probably good-looking. And he was good-looking. I had known this. I'd realized it when he and Miranda first started dating, of course. But at some point I'd stopped noticing. Now it was as if I was seeing him clearly again. It was an odd feeling. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "I might ask the same of you," he said, which, of course, was not an answer. I told him about finishing the case. "So I suppose you could say I'm celebrating. Where are the others? Your colleagues? Are they here?" I couldn't exactly say, "They've gone to another bar. I never socialise with them if I can help it." So I said, "Home, all too knackered to think about going out." "So you decided to celebrate all on your own?" "Something like that. Isn't that a bit lonely?" There was a strange tension between us. I think it was the knowledge of having known each other for 10 years, and yet suddenly being aware that we did not know each other at all. We were really little more than friendly strangers. We needed Miranda there to make sense of the connection between us. Both of us were drinking quite fast, in an attempt to dissipate this awkwardness. I hadn't even realised that I had finished my drink before he asked, "Have another?" "Oh, all right then." I was rather flattered. He was enjoying my company. "Where's Miranda?" I asked again. "You've already asked me that." The way he said it was a little teasing. "Yes, but then why are you here all on your lonesome?" My reply was equally teasing. Oh my God, was I flirting with my best friend's husband? Just thought I'd have a quick one. The alcohol dared me to say it. "So we're here, drinking. Her best friend and her husband. We're like kids playing truant or something." It was meant to be silly, off the cuff, but it had the inevitable effect of making what we were doing into a conspiracy from which Miranda was excluded. I drank a big slug of my wine. "If she knew, she'd definitely be jealous," he said, and then quickly, "I know that she misses you." He smiled, but there was something sad and tired about his eyes. They didn't participate in the smile. "Look," he said, more seriously, "if I'm honest, I needed a bit of time to myself." "What's up?" I asked. I was worried, but with the very tiniest tinge of amusement that we sometimes get hearing of our friends' problems. Everything about Miranda and Julian's life seemed flawless, golden. I said as much to him. "What could possibly be the problem? You guys are perfect." "Oh yes," he said, with a smile that somehow went down at the corners rather than up. "Perfect. That's exactly what we are. So bloody perfect." There was an awkward pause. I couldn't think what to say. "You mean—" I looked for a way to put it. "You mean things aren't great between you guys? Miranda hasn't said anything." That was true enough. She hadn't said anything to me. But then we hadn't seen each other for quite a while. We chatted briefly a couple of times, but I am hopeless on the phone, something that always made my teenage years rather difficult. Besides, I hardly had any free time with work, and even if I did, it was late at night, or early morning, times when I doubt Miranda would have relished a phone call. I felt a twist of guilt, She had asked me several times in the last month if I was free, and we had made a date, but I had to blow her off at the last minute because of a sudden crisis with the case. "It isn't problems with us exactly," he said. "It's a bit more complicated. I suppose it would be more accurate to say it's a problem with me. Something like that. I have done something bad." He saw my raised eyebrows. "No, not like that. I haven't cheated. I got myself involved in something bad, and now I can't get out of it." "And Miranda doesn't know?" "No. She does know. I had to tell her, because it involved both of us. She's been—" He frowned. "I suppose she's been quite good about it. Understanding, all things considered. Except sometimes I catch her looking at me, and she seems so disappointed. Like this isn't what she signed up for. It's just a bit of a mesh." He pronounced mess as mesh, and I wondered quite how much he had been drinking before we started chatting. "Do you want to talk about it?" He shook his head. "No. I mean, I'd like to, actually, but I can't." "Why not?" I caught myself. "Sorry, I've had too much to drink. That was rude of me. Just tell me to shut up." "Please don't." He gave that funny downward smile again, so different from the expansive, charming gleam of his usual expression. I preferred this one. It was more real. "I like talking to you," he said. "Isn't it funny? We've known each other all these years. What is it, 10? 11, I said. June 2007. That was when I had run into him coming out of our bathroom. And yet you and I have never really talked properly, have we? I suppose not. Well, have another drink and let's talk. Properly. Well, Come on, please. Otherwise I'm going to be here drinking on my own, and that's perhaps the saddest thing ever. He caught himself, evidently remembering that was exactly what I had been doing. "Sorry, I didn't mean—" "It's okay," I said. He was right. But drinking at home was worse. My empty flat, with the empty fridge and the empty view, the sea of office blocks, the city, the place that ate all of my time and meant that my life was empty too. The thought of going back there suddenly made my skin crawl. I'd prefer to have another drink with him, I thought. But there was something strange about it, being here in a bar with Miranda's husband, when she didn't know, and strangely enjoyable too, which was perhaps the worst thing about it. "All right," I said. "What the hell?" "Good." He grinned at me, and I felt something inside me somersault. "What will you have?" And then, before I could answer, "I know, let's have whiskey. Do you like whiskey?" Without waiting for my answer, he turned to the barman. "We'll get the hibiki." He smiled. "You'll like it. It's Japanese. 21 years old." I never drink whiskey. I hardly ever drink spirits, to be honest. I can sink a bottle of wine and hardly feel it, but spirits are another matter entirely. The whiskey went straight to my head. That is no excuse for what happened next. Miranda was obviously a sore subject, so we ended up talking about everything else. I realized that Julian was a much better conversationalist than I had ever appreciated before. I had always thought of him as all charm, all surface, concealing some inner lack. We reminisced about Oxford, how easy life had been then, even though, back then, we thought we were working the hardest we would ever work in our lives. We talked about my work. He'd read a little about the case I had been working on. For once, I didn't find myself second-guessing, assuming he was asking out of politeness, while he waited for Miranda to rescue him, or for someone more stimulating to come along. He was turned toward me on his stool, his knees pointing toward mine. A body language expert would have said that all the signs were very good, or very bad, depending upon which way you looked at it. But I didn't think anything of it, still. Or, if I did, I pushed those thoughts away. They were ridiculous, weren't they? We talked about the first time we'd met. He didn't remember the previous occasion at the summer ball, and I was too proud to correct him. When he had come out of the bathroom clutching his towel. "There I was," he said, "half naked, and there you were, looking so elegant." I was surprised by this. I'd always just assumed he thought I was Miranda's uglier, more boring friend. Elegant? I realized that I would be turning that word over in my mind for a while. "This is so nice," he said to me at one point. Isn't it nice? Just chatting like this. How have we never done this before? His breath was laced with whiskey, true, but I still felt his words warm me, and I realised he wasn't quite as arrogant as I'd always thought, and also, clearly, not so perfect. Perhaps the years had rubbed some of the shine off him, and I hadn't stopped to notice. Or perhaps he had always been like this. Either way, he seemed much nicer, more humble than I had ever appreciated. The sober me might have been able to point out that this was probably just Julian's famous charisma at work, but the drunk me liked it very much. Because at some point I realised that we were both very drunk. I should go home, I said, though I realised that I didn't want to, and not just because of the depressing thought of the sterile single-person flat that awaited me. It was because I was actually having fun. I was enjoying his company, but I made a big show of finishing my glass and getting down from my seat. As I slid from my seat and wobbled on my heels, I discovered that I was even drunker than I had thought. He got down from his stool and I saw him sway on his feet too. "You can't go home on your own," he said. "I'll walk you back. It's not safe." For some reason, I didn't bother to tell him that I walked home alone every night, and that I'd been more drunk than this before when I did, sometimes with a complete stranger in tow. I think we both knew, even then, that it was mainly an excuse to keep the conversation going, to stay in one another's company. I don't remember which of us made the first move. I just recall that suddenly we were standing in an empty alleyway, and all I could hear was the sound of our breathing. Just beyond that alleyway was the thoroughfare of Cheapside, and cars and people, and beyond that the whole city, lit up, chaotic, with all its millions of inhabitants. But in that dark passage it was just the two of us, and we were both breathing very loudly, and neither of us was suddenly quite so drunk. That flash of desire had sobered us, and then there was the light pressure of his thumbs on my hip bones, and I could feel the greater pressure of him between my legs, how hard he was, and I took his hand and guided it up beneath my skirt, and he groaned against my neck. The sex was quick. It had to be, in that public place. Anyone could have come across us, at any moment. It was also very good. I came embarrassingly quickly, but he, despite the alcohol and the awkwardness of our position, he had to hold me up against the wall, followed soon after. It was the strangeness of it, I think, the illicitness of it, that made it incredibly exciting. Afterward, we stayed glued together for several seconds, his face in my neck. I couldn't believe what we had done. He said it out loud. "I can't believe that just happened." "I know," I said. Let's just pretend it didn't." A small secret part of me was thinking, would anyone have done? Was I just some girl in a bar, the right place, the right time? Or was it me? These things should not have mattered, I knew. And yet they did. Because for so long I had assumed he saw me as the colourless, uninteresting counterpart, and that was why he had hardly bothered to speak to me. Now, here was a new, thrilling possibility, that in fact he had desired me.
42. Miranda. I turn at the sound of footsteps behind me on the path. It's Julian, clutching a towel about his waist, his feet skidding on the mud. "I've made a big mistake," he says in a let's-all-be-adults tone. "I know I've made a big mistake, but I've been under a lot of stress." "Sorry," I say. "You've been under a lot of stress?" "Yes," he says. A deal went bad, and I'd cut Mark in on it. He wasn't happy." I think back to what Mark said on the first night, when he grabbed me. The reference to Julian's dirty little secret. The choice of words had struck me as odd at the time. I'd thought he was talking about the insider trading, but now I understand. "He knew," I say, "didn't he? About you and—" I can't bring myself to say her name. "Her. I let something slip when I was very drunk. I felt so guilty. I wanted his advice. He was my best mate, and now he's threatening me, Manda." He looks ridiculously sorry for himself. I really, truly detest him in this moment, not just for what he has done, but for his cowardice, his pathetic self-pity. All of this, I say, has been brought on by you, you fucking idiot. All of it because you always want a little bit more. You always think you're entitled to a bigger share. I should have seen this coming a mile off. Of course you were going to have an affair, though I would never in a million years have thought of Katie. I thought you might have better taste than that. He grimaces then, a little quirk of the mouth, and for a surreal moment I actually think he might be about to defend her to me. Clearly he thinks better of it. I know him too well. He's more worried about saving his own bacon. She seduced me, Manda. My skin crawls. Don't fucking call me that, I hiss. Sorry, but I want to make that clear. It was all her. I think she had a plan. From the moment she saw me sitting there in that bar, I think she knew, looking at me, at the state I was in, that I would have been incapable of resisting. I didn't have a chance. It was like that time in Ibiza. What time in Ibiza? Oh, God. He looks as though he immediately regrets having said anything. He rubs his face with a hand. You might as well know. That holiday we all went on, the last night. She came on to me. It was crazy. I was a bit out of it, and I was missing you. She was like a woman possessed, Manda. Sorry. She was all over me. I stare at him, bile rising in my throat. Ibiza. While I was at my grandmother's funeral, he was sleeping with my best friend. It wasn't that long after we'd first started going out, well before we were married, all of which makes it worse. Means that disgusting secret has been there between us for all that time. Julian is clearly regretting having revealed any of this to me. He makes a kind of desperate sweeping gesture with his hand, as though trying to brush it from view, and says, "But what I want to say is, I didn't mean any of it." It would almost be amusing, I think, to watch him falter, to continue to dig himself into this particular grave. Amusing if, that is, he weren't my husband, the man to whom I have given over a decade, all my youth, and if I weren't really the butt of this particular joke. Anyway, Julian hurries on. He must see the disgust and utter incredulity on my face. When we bumped into each other in that bar, I think she saw I was at a low point. You'd been treating me like a second-class citizen, barely speaking to me. I felt like an utter failure, a disappointment. She made me feel desired, desirable. I tried to call a stop to it. I went around to her apartment the next day to tell her to call it off, but she wouldn't let me do it. I was so weak, I see that. She was like a drug habit I couldn't shake. I hold up a hand. What script are you reading from, Julian? Do you have so little respect for me that you think I'm really going to buy any of this pathetic, cliched crap? He makes a pleading, feeble gesture with his hands. I just wanted to try to explain. Well, it's not going to do any good. Can't you see that? I'm not buying any more of your utter bullshit. I think that if I had a weapon now, I would kill him. If I knew the combination to that store with the rifles, I think there would be very little stopping me from taking one, going back to the sauna and shooting both of them dead. Do people still get lighter sentences for crimes of passion? Any sentence right now seems worthwhile. No one screws Miranda Adams over like this. I don't have a rifle, but perhaps the weapon I do have is more powerful than any gun. The insider trading. I've been involved, of course, but I could get a good lawyer. My parents would help me out, and however bad it might be for me, it would be a tiny fraction of the shit that would descend on Julian. In this moment, it seems worth it. Actually, I say, I do know what I'm going to do. I'll log on to your precious bloody Wi-Fi and send a sodding email right now. It will take a click of a button. Just one fucking click. I may not have a career, but I have friends, Julian. You know them too. Olivia. You know she's now at the Times. Or Henry, my ex from before uni. He's at the Mail now. I can just imagine the headline they'll dream up for you. And you know what? I reckon I could do pretty well from it myself. He takes a step back. His face is in shadow. I can hardly make out his features, let alone his expression. And not for the first time, but with much better reason now, I think, I do not know this person at all. I do not know what he is capable of.
43. Heather. Now, January 2nd, 2019. I walk back into the office, Doug sitting there, and I'm about to tell him what I heard just now in the bathroom when the phone rings. I pick it up. Yes? Hello, Heather. It's DCI Alison Query here. Have you found a way to get here? I can feel Doug's eyes on me. Well, Query says, we're still working hard on that, of course. The forecast suggests that the snow should be easing off in the next few hours. Then we can make an attempt with a chopper. But there's something else. I just wanted to let you know that unfortunately I'm being called away. DCI John McBride is going to take my place. He's extremely capable, I need not add. I'll put you on the phone to him now. My brain is racing. Alison Query is the lead on the Highland Ripper investigation. If she's been called away from this one, that means... As DCI John McBride introduces himself, I am hardly listening. I am Googling with one hand Highland Ripper, then the news tab. The headlines triumph out at me from the screen. Suspect arrested in Glasgow hideaway. Raid on Glasgow lair of the Ripper. Ripper routed. They found someone. Glasgow is over 2 hours' drive from here, more in bad conditions. This can only mean one thing. If they have indeed found the man who killed those other women, he can have had nothing to do with this particular murder. It was someone else. It was someone here.
44. Katie. One day earlier, New Year's Day, 2019. Julian comes back into the sauna. Dimly, I register how absurd he looks, completely naked, his cock curled up from the cold, his feet covered in mud. And just for a moment, with perhaps the greatest force since we first started seeing each other, I ask myself, what am I doing? Has it all been about Julian, the secret longing I have harboured for him for all these years? Or has it also been about Miranda? I could never have admitted this to myself, not before, but for all the remorse I felt, looking at her standing there, staring in horror, for all the shame. Was there not something else, the tiniest hint of schadenfreude, about for once having one up on her? I'd like to point out that I originally went to the sauna just to try and warm up from that horrible icy bath in the loch, not with an assignation in mind. I'd probably been in there for about 10 minutes when there was a knock on the door. I opened it and saw Julian. He grinned at me, came in, quickly, furtively. Immediately he began to shrug out of his clothes. In spite of myself, I felt a shiver of excitement, of anticipation. "It's okay," he said. "I've put her to bed. She's completely out of it. And Mark's passed out in the lodge, and Emma's back at her cabin. It's just us. I was actually on my way to your cabin when I saw the light on in here and thought, well, what a good idea. What if Miranda wakes up and finds you gone? She's going nowhere. So it'll be like last night. I'll just tell her I've been for a walk." Sometimes it has made me uneasy, the speed at which the lies come to him. And you think she'd believe you? Julian, it's 3 a.m. Yes, I know. But you see, she knows I've had a lot on my mind recently. The thing you'd like to share with me but can't possibly tell me about? Yes, that. I don't know why it stung, that he had persistently refused to talk about it. "We seem to have shared quite a bit recently," I said. "I suppose I just can't understand why you wouldn't talk about this particular thing." "I don't want to burden you with it," he said. "There's no need for you to know. Like I've said, if I told you too, it would make you guilty by association. Complicit." "But I am guilty," I said, I know, he said, and reached for me, but not without a backward glance, as though anyone could possibly see anything through the locked shutters. So deliciously guilty. Julian, I said, what are you... I thought we had agreed. He silenced my protest with his mouth. He ran his hands up and down my arms, then down my back, cupping my arse, lifting me up so that I had no choice other than to lock my legs around his back. All my resistance had melted, instantly. That was before, he said. We agreed that before. Before what? Before I realised that I'm completely obsessed with you. These last few weeks, not seeing you, Christmas at Miranda's parents, I felt sick with guilt, I said. Physically sick, Julian. I literally was, on the train. I had to go and throw up in the toilet. Although, actually, that might have been due to the thing I discovered this morning. Poor Katie did. No, don't give me that. We can't go on like this. It isn't fair on Miranda. He nodded. It isn't fair on Miranda, he said, and that's why I think we should tell her. I opened my mouth to protest, but he shook his head. Hear me out. We were just kids when we got together. She seemed so certain of herself. She was dazzling. I wanted a bit of that. And yes, I fancied the pants off her. But then, over the years, all that drive seemed to go. Everything she wanted changed. She didn't want to do or be something amazing. She just wants things now, all the time. Holidays and clothes and a new car and, well, a baby. But she hates kids. I'm not even sure she doesn't want a baby just because everyone else has one. Because it's life goals. And with you, Katie did. It's different. It's more complex. It's deeper. It's so much freer. I thought of that little plus on the stick. I'd wait, I thought. I'd find the right moment. You know who you are. You have a career, a life. You don't need me to validate who you are. I felt a strange, unexpected wave of sympathy for Miranda. Over 10 years they have been together. In what world could that not be called deep? But beneath the sympathy, despite all the guilt, yes, I realised there was some dark, complex pleasure. All those years of playing the wing woman, the second fiddle, the understudy. Now finally, I had bested her at something.
45. Doug. Something has woken him. His body is alert, prickling with awareness, his mind struggling to catch up. He has been wrenched out of his whiskey-soaked stupor, agitated, his heart going double time. He looks about himself. He is surrounded by broken glass. But now he remembers. Before he passed out, he'd thrown his tumbler at the television, enjoyed the sound of it shattering the screen, enjoyed how it briefly drowned out the sound of the guests partying over at the lodge, the music turned up full blast, making a mockery of his own celebrations, a bottle of single malt and the depressing spectacle of others' happiness on the screen. Then he had drained the last drops straight from the bottle and sunk finally, gratefully, into unconsciousness. But now something has roused him. A knock on the door, loud as a rifle shot. He stills, listening like an animal. It comes again. He didn't imagine it. He gropes for his watch. It's 4 a.m. Who could need him at 4 a.m? Heather, he thinks, incoherently. She might need his help somehow. He opens the door, looks out with bleary eyes. It's her, the guest, the beautiful one. Except she looks terrible. Still beautiful, in a long golden gown, but with a wrecked quality to everything. The fabric of her dress ripped, her face stained with makeup. Her lipstick is a long smear across one cheek. Hi, she says, swaying slightly on her feet. Sorry, I hope it's not an imposition. He is drunk, but she is drunker. The realization sobers him. She peers beyond him. Wow, she says. It's really empty in here, very minimalist. You can't come in here, he says. He tries to block her entry with his body. She wriggles past. But I brought champagne. She holds up an open bottle. Dom Perignon, the really posh stuff. You wouldn't let me drink the rest on my own, would you? As she steps nearer, he realizes that the now familiar smokiness of her perfume is tainted by something sour and rank. He feels like an animal, rooted out in its cave, its safe and private space. She takes a step forward and takes his head in her hands and kisses him. Her mouth is a concentration of sourness, but also that perfumed smokiness, which seems to wrap itself around him, and her tongue is deft, and she has fitted her body to his. It has been so long. He feels desire rise up in him, mixing uncomfortably with the anger he still feels at the interruption. She is reaching for his fly, unzipping him, reaching her hand inside. Her fingers are tangling in his hair. "No," he says, his mind clearing. She steps back from him. Her lip curls. "Pardon?" "No," he says again. "Fuck you. Don't tell me you don't want it. I can see that you do." "I can make you a cup of tea," he says, though he has no idea whether he currently has the wherewithal to complete this task. She laughs, staggers on her glittery heels, and then scowls at him. "I don't think so," she says, and then she points at him. "I know you want it. I've seen how you look at me. At the dinner yesterday, on the shoot, you don't fool me." She is furious, wrathful, her finger stabbing at his chest. "But you're too scared. Do you know what you are? You're a fucking coward." Those words. He feels the rage and grief rising inside him, like that other time. He feels the red flood of his anger come down over everything, and something inside himself loosen, and break.
46. Heather. Now, January 2nd, 2019. That was the police, I tell Doug. They've found the Highland Ripper. Miles away from here, so it doesn't look like he's anything to do with us. It must have been someone here. As I say it, I hear the truth of it for the first time. It becomes real. They are here. And I just heard something while I was in the bathroom. I stop, catching sight of the look on Doug's face. "Doug?" I stare at him. "Are you all right?" He's pacing in front of my desk, rubbing his jaw back and forth so vigorously that the skin beneath his stubble is raw and red, though the rest of his face seemed to have drained of all colour. His eyes are black and fathomless. It is as though he is taking all of this unusually personally. He has looked bad since the morning. I realise I've noticed it, but I haven't really had a chance to properly consider it. It seemed natural, what with him finding the body and everything. "Doug?" He turns toward me, but he hardly seems to have heard the question. "Doug!" I snap my fingers in front of his face, force him to focus on me. "What is it? What now?" He shakes his head for several seconds, and then he says in a rush, "There's something more I didn't tell you all of it." Oh, God. I brace myself. "What is it?" "That night, close to when you'd first got the job here," he says. "When you heard the scream, do you remember?" "Yes," I say. The sound is still imprinted upon my memory. "Well, that wasn't a fox," he grimaces. "It was a scream. It was me." I think of my first impressions on hearing the noise, that it was a sound made by a person in profoundest agony. Oh, Doug. I have these episodes, I suppose, when I can't remember what I have been doing. I find myself in strange places, without knowing how I have got there. That night, for example, I wasn't aware of making any noise. I came around in the trees beside the loch, and I realised it had to be me. I don't want to hear any more. But there is more. He keeps going. Unstoppable. On New Year's Eve. He runs his uninjured hand through his wild hair in that nervous gesture I have seen him make so many times in the last few hours. I'd been drinking a lot, I remember that, and... He blows out his cheeks. He doesn't meet my eyes. I was angry, so I drank some more. I think I passed out. And then there's a whole period of time that's just... blank. A blank. Finally, he meets my eyes. The expression in his is that of a drowning man.
47. Katie. One day earlier, New Year's Day 2019. I've got to go and speak to Miranda. No, this isn't a late crisis of conscience. There's no point in apologising now. It is far too late for that. If I was really sorry, I would have stopped a long time ago. It's only now that I have seen Julian's reaction to all of this. His cowardice in scuttling straight after Miranda and, I'm sure, pleading with her, then coming back here and pretending he hadn't. That I have properly regretted it for the first time. The scales, as they say, have fallen from my eyes. But I want a chance to explain. I want her to understand that I didn't plan any of it, that I didn't do it on purpose to hurt her. Not consciously, at least. That the affair, because that's what it became, swept me along with it, strong as an undertow. This is not to excuse myself, as I know there is no excuse. Not for doing something this terrible to one of your oldest friends, but it seems important to say these things. I'm also slightly worried for her. She seems so wild, so drunk, standing there in her stained and ripped gold dress, like some vengeful fallen goddess. It's so cold now. I hadn't realised it could get any colder, and she was wearing nothing more than a thin layer of silk, and her feet were practically bare, except for those ridiculous heels. She wouldn't do anything stupid, would she? No. I'm fairly certain that isn't Miranda's way. She would want to harm us, not herself. I suddenly feel exposed out here. The dark surrounds me, fathomless, inscrutable. The only movement I can see is my breath leaving me in little huffs of vapour. It has just occurred to me that Miranda could be out here somewhere with me, watching from some hiding place. I think of that room from earlier, with the rifles. I must keep my wits about me. I wouldn't put that much past her at this point. As a friend, she can be bad enough. The thought of having her as an enemy is frankly terrifying. I knock on the door of her cabin. No answer. I look up at the dark windows and imagine her looking out, seeing me, smiling to herself. "Miranda," I call. "We need to talk." The cabin looks back at me blankly, mocking me. "I need to explain everything to you," I call. My voice seems to echo in the silence, reverberations coming back at me from far away, from the encircling mountains. "I'll be waiting in my cabin if you want to talk." There's no answer. Silence, like a held breath. Back in my cabin, Julian is sitting wrapped in a towel, huddled on the sofa, sipping neat from a bottle of scotch. I think it might have been the complimentary one provided by the estate. I hadn't touched it at all, but it is now more than half empty. "Julian." I try to pry it out of his grasp. He clings onto it, like a child to a toy. "Julian, you need to stop. You're going to kill yourself if you drink any more." He shakes his head. "She'll kill me first. She'll take everything I've worked for. She'll destroy me. You don't understand." He looks completely pathetic, curled in the towel. Suddenly I'm almost repulsed by him. His broad, muscled chest looks ridiculous. Who has a body like that unless they're incredibly vain? Before, it had seemed exotic, so different to the men I had been with. And the flattery of him wanting me, that had been perhaps the biggest turn-on of all. Over the last 6 months I have been able to overlook the little things that rankled with me. His selfishness after we'd had sex, always running to the shower first, or always demanding that we did things his way, or failing to respond to any of my messages for several days, and then becoming irate if I left one of his unreplied to for more than an hour. The excitement of it all, the subterfuge, the illicit rendezvous, and yes, the quality of the sex, had made them palatable. Was that all it was? I ask myself now. The real source of the excitement, beyond any chemistry or physical attraction. The sheer disbelief that he wanted me, and not Miranda. Did I really envy her that much? Yes, a little voice says. Maybe I did.
48. Heather. Now, January 2nd, 2019. Doug is right. It doesn't look good for him. It seems that he may have been the last person here to see the guest alive, but I now feel oddly invested in his innocence. I just don't think he did it. It's funny, a couple of days ago I knew so little of him. I wouldn't have known whether I could trust him. Seeing those news results load, the horror of the headlines about him had briefly seemed as good as a guilty sentence. But for some reason, since the vulnerability and honesty of his confessions about himself, I feel differently. He has bared his innermost, most shameful secrets to me, and yet, somehow, I find I can't judge him too harshly for it. And then there was that conversation overheard in the hallway. 2 of the guests, at least, may not be as innocent in this as they appear. I only wish I hadn't dislodged that sodding picture, that I had been able to hear more. I enter the living room and they all look up. "Are the police here yet?" the woman called Samira asks, jostling the baby on her lap. Could it have been her in the corridor? The woman's voice? I'm not sure. She was the one who alerted us to the disappearance in the first place, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. "No," I say, though they're hoping it may be clearer by this afternoon. She nods sullenly. They are all watching me, I know. I'd give a good deal to have the situation be reversed, so that I could observe them instead, watch them for any betraying anomalies, flickers of guilt. I go to the kettle on autopilot to make more tea, and I see we've run out already. At a rough calculation, that's some 50 tea bags in a day. There are more in the store. I shrug on my down jacket, my red hat, my hiking boots, and tramp out into the world of white, the snow squeaking with each step. I unlock the big doors of the barn, unleashing a scent of dust and wood shavings and turpentine. On one side are all of our supplies, bottled water in case of a supply fault. It has happened more than once. Sugar and packs of Nespresso pods, and loo rolls and crates of beer. Life's little necessities, even in this place. Out here's also where we have the feed from the CCTV camera on the gate, humming away on an ancient TV screen. There's much better technology out there nowadays. I could get it all streamed to my computer in the office, but the boss is oddly stingy about some things. I glance at the display, the familiar image of the track. There's so much snow that there's barely any definition to the picture. Everything it shows is white. On the other side is all the stalking equipment. The camouflage gear, the walking boots, the binoculars, the neat row of hunting rifles. Doug's military precision. Except... I blink, look again, recount. Except that one of the rifles seems to be missing. One of the brackets is empty. I think there are normally 10, and now there are only 9. I turn on the radio, still in the pocket of my jacket. My hand hovers over the transmit button. I'm about to call Doug to ask him if there's any reason for this absence. Has he, say, taken one of the rifles for something? Then I stop and think. Can I trust him? Should I really draw his attention to what I've noticed? Because perhaps he already knows. Perhaps he was the one who took it. After all, whoever took the rifle must have had access to the store, which pretty much rules out one of the guests. There are only 2 other people who know the passcode, and the other left the estate on the afternoon of New Year's Eve to spend it with his family. I'm trying to decide what to do with this new knowledge. It's not a reassuring thought, precisely, but it occurs to me that I'm not sure Doug would even need to take a rifle from here. I think he has his own. And maybe there have only ever been 9 rifles. I rub my eyes, which are sore, gritty with tiredness. I'm so tired. Maybe I'm simply conjuring chimeras out of my own mind. I grab the big box of tea. I won't say anything to Doug, I decide, but I'll keep it in mind too, just in case. As I pass the old CCTV monitor, I glance at the screen, displaying its unchanging snowy scene, the view from the gates. Our recordings might well be the most uneventful in the UK. It might as well be showing me a fixed image, if it weren't for the flakes of snow falling listlessly past the lens, the seconds ticking over in the top right-hand corner. An identical scene to when I checked it for any sign of the missing guest, seeing nothing more than a time-lapse of the snow. I remember fast-forwarding through the frames. Nothing. 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 Dizzy with the sameness of it all. And yet, a sudden quickening of my heartbeat, my body seeming to understand something even before my mind does. Nothing. But shouldn't there have been something? Shouldn't I have seen, for example, a red truck, Ian's truck, leaving the property on New Year's Eve? He left on New Year's Eve. This is what I've assumed the whole time. This is what I told the police. But if I didn't see him leave, then he must be here, somewhere on the estate. It's the only explanation. My radio crackles. It's Doug. "Where are you?" he asks. I think of that light I saw on New Year's Eve travelling up the flank of the Monroe toward the old lodge. I think of the one other viable shelter on the estate, which Doug and I didn't even bother checking because no one goes in there, because it's locked. I suddenly know where I have to go. I think of how emphatically Ian has always told me never to go near it, because of the danger. I think, too, of how he told me not to let the guests outside at night. "Heather, are you there?" Doug's voice echoes in the silence of the barn. There is, I think, genuine concern in his voice. "Are you all right?" "Yes," I say. I'll be back in a bit." I slip the radio back into my pocket. This is probably a very stupid idea. I know the sensible thing would be staying put in the warmth and safety of the lodge, but I'm sick of doing nothing. And I don't mean simply these last few days, because really, I've been doing nothing for so long, running away, hiding from everything. Here is a chance to prove something to myself. I've kitted myself out from the storeroom. Even sturdier hiking boots, a pair of binoculars, a multi-tool. I have my mobile in my pocket, which is only really useful as a torch, unless I can get any signal up on the peak. I didn't bother with the camo gear, of course. It would be almost as visible as anything else against the white of the landscape. Oh, and I sling a rifle over my shoulder. I've only shot once, and I wouldn't say it exactly came easily to me, but it's better than nothing. It will act as a deterrent, if not a weapon. As I walk, I summarize what I know of Ian. Not much is the answer. I don't even know his surname. He's mentioned his missus to me a couple of times, but I've never met her. I can't recall, trying to summon a mental image of him, whether he wears a wedding ring. But then I can't even precisely recall the features of his face. On the whole, when he has been here, he has seemed part of the landscape. He has gone about his work without any consultation with me on, I have always assumed, instructions direct from the boss. If anything, the snow is thicker still on the flank of the Monroe. I slip and fall several times. The gradient is almost too much for my hiking boots, even this low down. This is exactly the sort of behaviour we would counsel the guests against. Do not go out without the proper equipment. At least I've got the radio in my pocket if necessary. I take a deep breath. I haven't come up here for a long time. The ruins and the standing stable building look particularly dark against the fresh fallen snow. I hate this place. I can smell the burn on it, and it smells like death. It smells like everything that I have run away from. Well, I'm not running anymore. Heather, where are you? It's been almost an hour. My radio is crackling. It's Doug, of course. It's the faint note of panic in his voice, something I've never heard even when he was telling me about his past, that compels me to answer. I'm outside. Why? What are you doing? He sounds angry. I just wanted to do a bit more exploring, that's all. I've had an idea about something. For Christ's sake, Heather, are you mad? Tell me exactly where you are. I'm coming to find you. No, I tell him. You have to keep an eye on the guests. Before he can reply, I cut him off. I need to concentrate. The door of the stable building is locked, just as it has always been. The little screen of the passcode panel blinking. It looks so incongruous against the old stone. Ian told me once, right at the beginning, that the building isn't structurally sound. It could fall down at any point. And then we'd end up with a horror of a lawsuit on our hands. "The big man wants to make sure it's really secure," he said. "Don't go anywhere near it. We don't want any guests going in there and killing themselves when the roof falls in on them." I have always been very happy to give the place the widest berth possible. I have never come near the old lodge unless I can help it. When we were searching for the missing guest, we came up here. I tried the door, felt the unyielding resistance of the lock against my hand, and hurried away again. So now is the first time that it has occurred to me to wonder why I have never been given the passcode. At the time, I had simply seen the locked door and assumed that meant there was no way the guest could be within. It feels, suddenly, like a secret that has been under my nose the whole time, and which I've never stopped to see. So wrapped up have I been in my inner world, the long legacy of my grief. If I hadn't been, would that guest have died? I push the thought away. It is not worth thinking about now. There is no way I can force the door. It's an ancient, heavy oak affair, and there's no give against the lock when I push it. And if I shove too hard, I'm worried I really might bring the building down on my head. So I walk around to the back. All the windows are boarded up, impenetrable. Ah, but now that I'm looking, I can see that one of the boards higher up is a little loose. There's a dark gap showing through a chink between it and the next one. If I stand on one of the rocks below, I might just be able to reach it. I clamber onto one of the fallen stones. I take the multi-tool from my pocket, open up the pliers, and use them to grip one end of the plank. The stone I'm standing on rocks beneath my weight ominously, and the rifle knocks against me. I take it off my shoulder. I'm sure the safety is on, but I have a sudden vision of myself slipping and discharging the gun. I work the pliers back and forth, using all my strength, until I feel the board begin to give. With a pop, a nail springs free, and the board swings downward to expose a gap the length of my arm. After that, it's easy to wrench the neighbouring boards away to expose a square foot of space. I peer inside, gripping the ledge of the plank below with my hands, feeling the rock tilt dangerously beneath me. There's a musty smell, and yes, just discernible, the century-old smell of burned things. Can that be possible? Or is it just my imagination? I can make out very little, but what I can see is that the space is not empty. There is something in the middle of the room, a pile of something. I climb down and take out my phone, flip it onto the torch function. For a moment I have the strongest impression of being watched. I check in every direction, but see just the undisturbed sugar shell of snow, save the track of my own footprints. It is probably just the silence up here. The old lodge does that to you. It has a presence all of its own. I cast the beam toward the object in the middle of the room. I can see it now, but can't quite work it out. It isn't one object, but a collection. A teetering stack of packages, tightly wrapped with clear film, each individual package roughly the size of a bag of sugar. Actually, whatever is within, bulging through the clear wrapping, looks a little like sugar. Some whitish substance. And then the penny drops. I'm suddenly fairly certain that whatever is inside those packages is something very different from, and far more valuable than sugar. As in a nightmare, I hear the footsteps behind me. "What are you doing up there?" Almost polite, conversational. I drop down in shock, my hands catching the rough wood on the way down, splinters tearing into my flesh. My legs hardly support me. They are suddenly weak with fear. I reach for the rifle and hear, rather than feel, the loud crack of something hitting the back of my skull. My sight is snuffed out like a blown candle. When I come to, it takes several seconds for my vision to clear. When it does, I make out a figure standing over me. At first, I don't even recognise him through the haze of pain in my head. And because of what he's wearing, a huge down jacket even bigger than mine, that makes him look almost double his normal size. His face is pinched with cold, blue about the lips. He looks like someone who has been sleeping rough. But it is Ian. I don't understand, I say stupidly. I thought you were at home. Where have you... I stop because I see that he is carrying a gun. He holds it loosely at the moment, but he hefts it in his hands. The gesture, I am sure, is to show his ease with it, and how simple it would be to lift it and aim it at me. I told you not to come up here, he says. I told you to keep away. Because you said it wasn't safe, I say. Precisely. It isn't safe, as you see. You told me it was because of the building, because it might fall down, not because... I don't know how to express it, whether it's safe to do so. Not because there is something in here you don't want me to see. Yes. You're either less stupid than I had banked on you being, or a lot more stupid. I'm trying to work out which. I think it's probably the latter. Why did I not just wait for the police? Voice my suspicions to them. I am stupid. More than that, I didn't even tell Doug where I was going. Because you knew he would stop you. I have been a complete idiot. This whole thing suddenly looks like a suicide mission. And the thought occurs to me. Was it a suicide mission? I think of the oblivion I have contemplated in the past. The pills, the bridge. I have spent a long time thinking that perhaps dying wouldn't be such a bad thing after all. But now, and perhaps it's just some deep-rooted animal instinct, I suddenly discover I want to live. Look, I say, trying to sound calm, reasonable. Let's pretend I didn't see any of this. I'll just go away and it will be like it never happened. He actually laughs. No, I don't think we can do that. I stare at him. If it weren't so horrifying, it might almost be fascinating. The change that has come over this man who, from what I gleaned, seemed a simple, uncomplicated sort, if a bit taciturn. But then it isn't a change, I realise. This is the real him. He's just worn the other persona like a cloak. He steps forward, reaching with his spare arm, and I flinch away. Fine, he says. We'll do it like this. He raises the rifle. I go rigid, my skin tightening, my throat closing up in terror. I think, this is it. He's going to kill me. Start walking, he says. What are you waiting for? He directs me around the other side of the stable building. Keeping the rifle vaguely trained in my direction, he reaches for the key code. This is my opportunity, I think. This is the bit where I could try and run. But run to where? There is just gaping whiteness all around. He couldn't hope for a clearer target. So I can only wait while he opens the door and ushers me inside into the darkness. Immediately I realise that it's much warmer in here than I expected. In the corner of the room I see, he has set up a generator. How nice of you, I say, trying to sound less afraid than I feel. To think of me. He sneers. And what have you got there? I ask. Brown paper packages tied up with string? I am talking because the talking, the effort of not screaming, of forming the words, seems to be keeping me calm. Exactly, Ian says. And you definitely don't need to worry your little head about what's inside. But I need to keep him talking. I have to find a way to stay alive. And at the moment, distracting him from the business of killing me is the only card I have up my sleeve. There's no point in promising him I won't tell anyone about what I've seen. He won't believe me. He would probably be right. So instead I ask, is this what you've been doing the whole time? The jobs about the estate, were they just a ruse? I can imagine this is probably a bit more lucrative. Wouldn't you like to know? He says. And then he gives a sort of why not shrug, which cannot be good. If he's deciding it's okay to tell me things, He has also decided that I won't have an opportunity to tell them to anyone else. No point in thinking like that. Just buy yourself time. Time is life. If you must know, he says, I like to think of this as just another one of my jobs. I build a mean dry stone wall. I can regrout a window pane in 10 minutes, and I make a pretty good delivery man. I see, I say slowly, as though I am fascinated by his genius. You bring it in on your truck from, let's just say from somewhere, he says, faux patient. And then you keep it here and then... I try to think beyond the wailing panic alarm in my head. What would be the point in bringing it here? One of the remotest places in the UK with no way of getting it anywhere else. And then I think of the history of the place. The old laird, insisting they build him his station. Then you put it on the train. He doffs an imaginary cap to me with his free hand. Straight down to London. He smiles, and the expression makes him look all the more sinister. I wonder how I could ever have thought he was a normal, simple living guy. He looks like a maniac. He looks more than capable of strangling that woman. I won't ask him about that yet, though. I'll keep him talking on this. The radio, I think. If I could just get my hand to the transmit button, I might be able to get through to Doug. I could keep my finger on the button, so there won't be any giveaway feedback. He'd hear everything. Perhaps I could even say something that would let him know exactly where I am. Straight down to London, I say. How very clever. Like the whiskey in the old days. Of course, they think the laird himself was in on that, did you know? Ian doesn't say anything. But he does give me a look. Duh. Oh. The realization hits me like a punch to the gut. The boss is in on this too. Ian doesn't answer. He doesn't need to. It's just like the old times. The laird taking a cup from the smuggled whiskey. And I've spent the last year blithely going about my business in the office, wondering, would the boss like to advertise the lodge a bit more widely? Of course he didn't want to. The business must have been a nice blind for him. But too many visitors and people might start noticing things. I have been a complete fool. They must have been laughing at me all this time. The idiot in the office, not seeing what was going on under her very nose. And how do you get it on the train? I ask, without anyone noticing. He gives me another look. Of course. That station guard, Alec. I think of how he behaved when I went to look around the station, the way he stood in front of the door up to his flat, because he had something to hide. Doug, I think. Does he know? Am I the only one here who has been kept in the dark? It might have been a kind of quid pro quo. Turn a blind eye to the goings-on here, and we'll turn a blind eye to your criminal record. If I radio him now, will he simply ignore me? He wouldn't want me to die, though, would he? I think of how open, how vulnerable he was with me back at the lodge. But that could all have been an act. Because the truth is, I realise it was all a brief fantasy. I don't actually know him at all. I have to try. It's my only chance. In incremental movements, so as not to draw attention. I inch a hand up my body toward my pocket. Ian doesn't seem to notice. He's studying the gun as though it were a particularly fascinating pet. I slide my hand into my pocket. Slowly. Slowly. My fingers brush the antenna of the radio, feeling for the hard body of it. What the fuck are you doing? His face is dark with anger. He strides over to me in a couple of steps. Nothing? Take your hand out of your fucking pocket. He reaches roughly into my jacket and grabs hold of the radio. He looks at it for a couple of seconds, in mute rage, and then throws it at the wall with more force than I would have thought a man of his size capable of. It falls to the stone floor with a clatter, and in two pieces. Now he comes at me with a roll of gaffer tape, and roughly binds my wrists so hard that the bones bruise against one another, and my ankles. While he's down by my feet, I test the bonds around my hands. I can't move them at all. He might as well have bound them together with a metal chain for all the give the gaffer tape has. I could try to kick him in the head, I think, while he's crouched there, but I'm not sure I could get enough force into my legs. He's not a big man, Ian, but he's strong enough. All the work he does on the estate. And if I just hurt him slightly, not enough to hinder him, which is the most likely outcome of this, he will only kill me quicker. Ian stands up, looking proud of his work. Then there is a sudden, deafening bang. He pitches forward, with a look of slack-jawed surprise, and lands on top of me, the rifle clattering to the floor. I can't make sense of what has just happened. I can't see anything either because he's on top of me. And then I realise that the front of my grey jacket is wet with dark red blood.
49. Miranda. One day earlier, New Year's Day 2019. I can't believe the gamekeeper rejected me. The humiliation of it, when I had thought it might make me feel a bit better about myself. The pain of it all winds me. I fold over on myself as if someone has actually punched me in the gut and let myself sink to the ground. The sting of the sharp pebbles beneath my knees feels oddly right. So does the cold on my skin. Though it doesn't feel cold, it feels like fire. I must look completely absurd, kneeling here in my gold dress and stiletto heels, and perhaps it's just because I'm aware of what a state I must appear, but I have the sudden strange animal feeling that I'm not alone. As I look about me, I catch a shiver of movement in the trees near the loch. I could have sworn I saw the dark shape of something, someone, in the darkness of the pines. I'm certain now. Someone else is out here with me. Oh, whatever. I don't care. Normally I might be unnerved, but nothing can shock me as much as what I just saw in that sauna. No doubt my observer in the trees is very much enjoying my little display. I think of the Icelandic man's grin when I spotted them in the woods, his beckoning hand. "Go on," I shout into the silence. "Get a good long look. See if I fucking care." Emma, I think. I'll go and see Emma. I need to talk to someone. With any luck, Mark is still passed out on the couch in the sitting room of the lodge. I check through the windows. Yes, he's there, spread-eagled on his back. I knock on the door of their cabin. Silence. It's after 4 a.m, after all. I try again. Finally, the door swings open. Emma stands there, frowning, looking groggy. She's in pyjamas, silk, piped ones, not dissimilar to my own set. "Oh," she says. "Hi, Manda." I normally flinch when she calls me that. It sounds too try-hard. Only Julian and Katie really use it, the two people closest to me. No, the irony of that is not lost on me. "Can I come in?" I ask. "Sure." No questions, no hesitation. I feel a sharp stab of guilt for the way I've been with her. She has only ever been nice to me, while at times I've behaved like such a bitch, showing her up in front of the others, excluding her. Well, from now on, everything is going to be different. I'm going to be different. I follow her inside. It's almost the same design as ours. The one large room, the armchairs and fireplace, the big 4-poster, the dressing table, even the stag's head mounted on the wall. The major difference is that it's pin neat, like stepping into an alternative reality. Our belongings are scattered everywhere. We've always been such slobs. Our, I think. We. No more. It's all going to change. The house we bought together, all our plans, all that history. My legs suddenly don't feel capable of supporting me. I stagger over to the nearest chair, which happens to be the little stool at the dressing table. "Do you want a drink?" Emma gestures to the cocktail cabinet in the corner. She hasn't asked me what this is all about yet, but the gesture suggests that she knows something is wrong. "Yes, please." She pours me a whiskey. "More, please," I say, and she raises an eyebrow a fraction, then slugs another inch into the glass. I thought I'd had a lot to drink last night, but suddenly I feel far too sober, my mind painfully clear, the images in it unforgettable, sharp, focused. I want to stop seeing them. I want to be numbed, anaesthetized. Beyond the window, the light in the sauna is still on. How could they have been so stupid? It's almost like they wanted to be found. Perhaps they genuinely hadn't appreciated how conspicuous it looks out there in the dark, like a lantern against the night, a beacon. I wonder, even though I know I shouldn't think about it, what they're doing now. Are they discussing next steps like co-conspirators? Have they even put their clothes back on? I can't get that image out of my head. Her paleness against the tan of his skin, their dark heads together. I take a gulp of the whiskey, letting it burn its path down my throat, focusing on the pain of it. But I'm not sure all the whiskey in the world will help me forget how strangely, horribly beautiful they were together. "Emma," I say, "do you have any paper?" She raises her eyebrows only a fraction. I think so." She produces a pad from somewhere. Basildon Bond. It's so Emma, somehow, to have a pad of writing paper on hand. Now my mind is oddly clear, as though some other power is guiding me. I go to the dressing table beside the bed, sit down and write a note to Julian. I'll give it to Emma, make sure she passes it on. All I want is to do as much damage as possible, to make him feel the sense of powerlessness that I do. My hand is shaking so much I have to press the pen to the paper to control my writing. Twice it rips the whole way through. Good. He'll see that I mean business. With one fell stroke he has just destroyed everything I thought I knew. Well, now I will destroy him.
50. Heather. Now, January 2nd, 2019. Doug drags Ian off me as though he were a sack of sand, and leaves him where he lies, moaning like an animal. Then he hunkers down in front of me, and grips my shoulders with both hands. "Are you all right? Heather, what the fuck were you thinking? I followed your footsteps through the snow." And then, "What did he do to you? Jesus Christ, Heather." Something about the expression on his face, the concern in it, the care, is almost too much. So too is the feel of his hand, now cupping my jaw, his fingertips calloused but his touch light, brushing the hair back from my forehead, assessing for damage with infinite care. I would not have known such a big man could be so gentle. "I'm fine," I say. "No, he didn't hurt me." "He did." He takes his hand away from the side of my head and shows me his palm slick with blood. "That fucking..." He gets up and lifts a foot as if to kick Ian, who whimpers below him on the ground, his hand pressed to his shoulder, where the blood is seeping through his down jacket in a dark brown stain. He looks as though he might be about to pass out. It's hard to watch. "Don't, Doug." It seems the old paramedic instinct is still in me. To preserve life. "Why? Look what he did to you, Heather. I won't let him get away with it." "But we don't want him to die." That's a lot of blood. When Doug still doesn't look convinced, I say, "And he might know something, we have to find out." He wavers. "Fine." He doesn't look convinced, but he lowers his foot. And at my insistence he makes a dressing, ripping a piece of fabric from the bottom of his own shirt, pressing it to Ian's shoulder, beneath the jacket, to stop the bleeding. Ian watches him with dull eyes, unresisting. His skin is greyish, his body is slumped. Doug keeps a foot on him just above his groin, in case he were to try for an escape, though he hardly seems capable of that.
"You'll be all right,"
Doug tells him matter-of-factly, as if he can hear my thoughts.
"It's just torn your shoulder. I've seen worse. It'll sting like a bitch, of course, but then, well, you deserve it. Don't you, mate?"
"Why did you kill her?" I ask Ian.
"What?"
He frowns, and then grimaces again against the pain. "The guest. Did you push her into that gully because she saw something, because she was on to you?"
"I didn't kill her,"
he moans. "I don't believe you," I say.
"I've never killed anyone,"
he says, breathing heavily between each word, as though running up a hill. I hope Doug's right about the wound not being that bad.
"I've done some bad things in my time, but I've never killed a person."
There seems to be a genuine repugnance about the way he says killed, as though it really is something he sees as beyond the pale. But then he's done a fairly good job of acting the innocent up until now.
"I didn't kill that woman. Why would I?"
"If she saw something," I say, "like I saw something. You were prepared to kill me. You were going to shoot me."
"No,"
he says.
"No, I wasn't. I hardly even know how to use that thing."
He gestures to the rifle where it lies on the floor. Doug hefts his own rifle in his hand, a warning. "I do," the movement says. "I know how to use it." Ian sees this, swallows. "But you took it from the storeroom," I say, "so you must have thought you might use it." He looks genuinely perplexed.
"No,"
he says weakly.
"No, I didn't."
"What do you mean you didn't? You've had it pointed at my head for the last hour." He looks at me as if I'm going mad.
"That's the rifle you had when you came up here. I pointed it at you to stop you from going anywhere."
He moves slightly and winces against the pain. He is sweating horribly.
"Look, I was the one that saw something. That was why I moved the stash from the pump house to up here."
I'm caught by those words. I saw something. "What do you mean?" I ask urgently. "What did you see?"
"I saw her get killed. The girl. And then I thought, oh, fuck. The police are going to be all over this by the morning. They'll be searching the whole place. They'll find everything. I knew I had to move the stuff farther away from the lodge and get it off the estate by the time they arrived. But I hadn't realised about the snow. They couldn't get here. But we couldn't get away either. The train."
He stops as though he knows he's given too much away. That "we" interests me, but there isn't time to ponder it now.
"You've been using the trains?"
Doug asks at the same time as I say, "How did she die? The woman, you said you saw it. I suppose you're going to say she fell."
"No."
He shakes his head.
"Of course not. She was murdered. I saw it all. I was there, near the pump house, early in the morning, about 4 a.m, checking on the stuff, like I told you. She killed her."
"She?" I ask.
"Yes. The other woman. One of the guests, they had an argument, I think. I couldn't hear what about exactly. But I did hear her saying, 'You were never really my friend. Friends don't do that to each other.' And I thought, oh, classic women's tiff. About some love affair or something. Inconvenient, but no matter. I'll lie low, I thought, wait for it to blow over. Wait for them to get out of the area. But then I saw the other one grab her by the neck, like she was trying to choke the words out of her, and then push her, right in the centre of the chest. Just watched as she fell, cold as anything."
51. Miranda. One day earlier, New Year's Day 2019. This is the only thing that brings me some relief, the thought of Julian's horror at the idea of me telling the world about him. He'll be thinking, "I won't try her yet. I'll try in an hour or so when she's had a chance to calm down." But he'll be too late. I'm going to hide out until I can get the first train down to London. I think of Julian going to the cabin, finding it empty, panic setting in properly. My note, left for him. There is nothing you can say. I should never have kept your secret for you in the first place. There! I put the pen down, satisfied by my work. The dressing table is neatly ordered. A hairbrush, a small wooden box, a couple of lipsticks. One of them is Chanel. I turn it upside down, read the little label. Pirate, the same shade I wear. I thought I'd recognised it on Emma last night, but it's so difficult to tell. Everyone wears colour differently. I have this one, I say. It's my favourite. Actually, I need to buy another. I've lost my old one somewhere, probably in the lining of one of my handbags. Oh, yeah, Emma says. I love it. I open it up and focus on applying it perfectly to my mouth in the mirror, a waxy crimson bow. I read somewhere once that sales of lipsticks go up when times are tough. I pout at myself in the mirror. Never has war paint seemed like a more appropriate term. My face is pale, sunken-eyed, but the lipstick transforms it. It gives my face resolution, context, like a piece of punctuation. I try a smile and quickly stop. I look deranged, like Heath Ledger's Joker. Lipstick looks so good on you, Julian told me once. On other women, it always looks like they're trying a bit too hard. But what's that saying? You're born to wear it. I take a tissue from the dispenser, wipe it off. Now my mouth just appears raw-looking, bloody. Look, Emma says now. Shall we go over to the lodge? It's more comfortable there. Mark's passed out in the living room, but still. Oh, I say. No thanks. I don't want to see anyone else. I'm getting the first train in the morning, and that's going to be it. I don't ever want to see Julian or Katie again if I don't have to. Her eyes go wide. Manda, oh my God, what's happened? I have an idea of myself delivering the news with the cool panache of a 30s movie star. But to my horror, I realise that the tears are coming. I can feel them rising within me like an unstoppable tide. I haven't cried in so long. Not since I got my third, while just across from me Katie opened her envelope to reveal a big shiny first. I clench my hands into fists, dig my nails into the soft flesh of my palms. Julian and Katie have been sleeping together. I still can't bring myself to say having an affair. Not yet. It sounds so intimate, so sordid. Oh, my God! She puts a hand to her mouth, but she's not quite meeting my eyes. The whole performance rings false. I don't believe it. Emma, of all people, knew that my husband was screwing around while I didn't. What the fuck? You knew? Only since yesterday night, I swear, Miranda. Mark told me. Mark, I think. The little secret of Julian's he'd warned me about. This was it. This is what he was trying to tell me. No wonder he looked confused when I told him I wasn't interested in hearing. I didn't want to just tell you, you know, she says. I suppose I wanted to give Katie or Julian a chance to tell you themselves. I didn't want to presume I had any right. What? To tell me my husband and my best friend are fucking? I'm so sorry, Manda. I should have told you. I'll never forgive myself. She looks so tragic that I wave her away with a hand. I can't be bothered. You know what? Whatever. It isn't about you. I know now. And I know what I'm going to do about it. I hand her the note. Look, I say. I want you to make sure Julian gets this. I can't bring myself to give it to him. Okay, she says, taking it. But why? Could I have another? I say at the same time, holding out my glass. Of course. She smiles. It's medicinal, you know. She turns away and busies herself with pouring the measures, the ice. For something to do, more than anything, I pick up the little box on the dressing table. It's a pretty painted thing, one of those Chinese puzzle boxes. My granny used to have one. I turn it upside down. It's the same style, I think, as hers. I used to play with it. Once she showed me the secret, the way to open it. I was obsessed. Can I still remember? I'm not sure. Tentatively, I push at one of the bottom panels. It doesn't budge. I turn it around and do the same on the other side. It moves. I feel a sense of simple satisfaction. What's the next bit? Oh yes, the panel on the shorter side. My fingers move of their own accord, pushing, twisting. Almost there. I just need to find that lever, pull it out. If it's the same, it will spring open. Aha! Here it is. Oh, Emma says, in a strange voice. She's turned toward me, holding both whiskies. Oh, no, don't do that! It's too late. The box has sprung open, disgorging its contents onto the floor with a clatter. There's so much. It's amazing to think it's all been inside there, that little box. I hear the crash of breaking glass and look up, confused. Emma has dropped both of the whiskies. Shards of broken glass scatter the floorboards, the liquid spilling around her feet. Oh, shit, I say. I'm such an idiot. But she hardly seems to hear. She hardly seems to notice the whiskey. Instead, she's on the ground, scrabbling at the fallen objects among the shards of glass, half shielding the mess with her body. Careful, I say, you're... And then the words leave me. She does not want me to see. But I have seen. Several items I recognize. An earring, lost at the summer ball some 11 years ago, the evening I finally got together with Julian. I remember him reaching up to my earlobe, giving it a tug. Is this a new look, the single earring? Only you could pull it off. It feels now as if it happened to someone else. A pendant. A present from Katie for my 21st. It had given me such a pang to lose it, because it was the one she knew I really wanted from Tiffany's, and it must have cost her so much money. A Parker fountain pen. I don't recognise that. Oh no, wait. I think I do. I'd lost it somewhere, in the first few weeks of university. I wasn't very good with my belongings, but I had been sure one morning it had been in my bag, and by the afternoon it was missing. I spent a few fruitless hours retracing my steps. Someone must have picked it up, I thought. Well, someone had. Even my lighter, the one with the crest, lost only the other night. Emma, I say, why do you have all this stuff? It's all my stuff. Why is it here? I'm thinking of the little notes left in my cubbyhole, the odd item being returned. But not these. These were clearly considered too precious for that. I don't know, Emma says, not looking up at me. I don't know why all this is here. I had no idea what was in that box. It's Mark's. Set aside the fact that I can't for a moment imagine Mark owning such a thing. I'm looking at the way she's cradling the things to her chest. The pen, the earring, the necklace. I'm thinking of the look on her face. The sheer terror. That's what it was, when she saw me playing with the box just before I pulled it open. Her shouted warning, the dropped whiskey glasses. I'm thinking, too, of the other night. Manda, she says, it's so silly, I can explain. No, Emma, I don't think you can. I'm just working out what it was that unsettled me so much, in what she said the other night, when she talked about that party, the one where I got stuck in the toilet, when she claimed it must have happened in London, when she was there, or that one of the others must have told her. But none of them could have. None of them were there. Because it didn't happen in London. It happened in Oxford. It was the very first week. Now I remember it very clearly. That's why I was so mortified by it. I needed to make a good impression on everyone, and why I never told any of the others. But Emma, somehow, was in Oxford, at that party, There is no other explanation for it. I take my phone out of my pocket. "What are you doing?" she asks, looking up from where she's scrabbling on the floor. "Finding proof." For a moment, an expression flashes across her face, something violent and urgent, and I think she's about to lunge forward and knock the phone out of my hands. Then she seems to get herself under control. "What proof?" she asks. She might be faking calm, but her voice is strange, high, shrill. I don't answer. I'm briefly almost grateful to Julian for insisting that the lodge's Wi-Fi be switched on. Still, it takes a while to open Facebook, and all the while I can see Emma looking ready to lunge for my mobile. Eventually, when it loads, I click on Photos of You. I scroll through the photographs. I can't believe how many there are, and how many terrible ones as I plumb the depths. After all this, when I'm starting afresh, I will have a cull. As I scroll, my face gets younger and younger, my cheeks are fuller, my eyes seem larger. I can't believe how much I've changed. I didn't realise how much all of us have changed. There is Julian, the beautiful boy I fell in love with, the boy who became the man who has just ruined my life. But I don't have time for that. I'm looking for something else. I must have swiped through hundreds of photographs, half of them failing to load. It doesn't matter. It's further back than this. And then finally I'm in the right territory. First year Freshers' Week. A week of strangers, of trying to pick among them the people who might be your friends, every face unknown, so that it would be difficult to remember any one face in particular. This is how she has hidden from me. I'm suddenly certain of what I'm going to find. And there it is. A photograph from that very party, I'm certain now, the one where I got stuck in the loo. A sea of milling almost adults. Terrible quality, but it will do. Because there is a face among them, looking right at me, that I would never have noticed had Emma not given me her prompt. Mousy-haired, rounded-cheeked, the features less decided, the eyes obscured by Harry Potter glasses. Much younger-looking, much dowdier-looking. I look up and compare her to the woman in front of me, and despite all of the changes, it is her. It is unmistakably her. It wasn't Mark, I say. It was you, Emma. You took these things. I can't work out how, but this much is clear. My lighter, I say, seeing it gleam in her fingers. Give me my fucking lighter, Emma. She hands it to me wordlessly. Now she is looking at me, intently, as though trying to read my mind, work out what I'm going to do next. Again, I think, I'd quite like to be cool in this moment, to light a fag with this very lighter and sit back and ask her to explain it all, how she, Emma, Mark's drippy little girlfriend, who I've only known for 3 years, came to be my stalker. But I can't. 2 revelations in one night. It's too much. I feel suddenly like everything I thought I knew has been ripped from under me.
52. Emma. So, Miranda and I do go back quite a way, after all. No, not as long as Miranda and Katie, her utterly false best friend, but further than Julian or Mark, certainly. To explain, I have to take you back more than a decade. Oxford interviews. Autumn. The academic interview I'd be fine on, I knew. No worries there. I knew the slight concern, held by my parents, certainly, was the personal interview. What if they had in some way got hold of my record? The trouble at my previous school? If so, I had been drilled. It had all been a terrible misunderstanding, you know how teenage girls can be, etc. No mention of the psychiatrist. It wasn't their right to ask about that, apparently, or his diagnosis. Would they essentially see past the brilliance of my academic record and see the real me, whoever that was? And would that be a problem? Because, in actual fact, you don't get 7 A's at A-level without having certain, one could say, obsessive qualities. The academic output was the positive manifestation of it. The other thing, with that stupid girl, was the negative. When it came to the dreaded interview, I got away with it. I got the interests question, of course, as I answered tennis, French cinema of the Nouvelle Vague period, all borrowed from interviews with various film directors, and wrote cooking. I wondered what they would make of it if I told them my real hobbies. Observation, close study, collection. The only issue was that the things I had liked to collect were rather unusual. I liked to collect personalities. Here's the thing. I have never really felt like a real person. Not in the proper sense, the way other people seem to feel it. From quite a young age, I had discovered I was very good at certain things, particularly learning, academia. But a machine can learn. What I seemed to lack was a personality of my own. I lacked any sense of me. But that's okay. What you don't have, you can always borrow or steal. So I was always on the lookout for particularly colourful personalities, like a parasite searching for a host. There was the girl at the first school, which ended in a rather unfortunate way when she told her parents that I followed her home from school and sometimes sat in the treehouse opposite her window watching her. This was rather unfair. I was only doing my homework just like any other child. I could do all of my real homework on the short bus journey from school. The real swatting for me was in learning her habits, studying the way she was when she was on her own, what her bedroom looked like, what music she listened to. Then I would go home and emulate these tastes and habits, buy the same CDs, the same clothes. I was moved to a different school after the meeting with the headmistress. Then another when the same thing happened at the next. "Oh," I said blithely in the interview, "my father's job changed a lot, so we moved around the country following him." She gave me an unconvinced look at this, but, as I suspected, my academic performance far outweighed any other concerns. It was in the junior common room of the college that I met Miranda. She seemed lit up from within, had absolute confidence in who she was. She drank a beer with some of the guys and played pool with them, and then seemed to get bored. Perhaps it was the slavish adoration with which they were looking at her. Then her gaze landed, incredibly, on me. She came and sat down next to me in the empty seat across the table. "Hi, how did your interviews go?" I was so stunned I couldn't speak for a second. Looking at her was like looking directly at the sun. It wasn't just that she was beautiful. It was that she was so very much herself, complex and contradictory and multi-layered, as I would learn, but absolutely, uniquely, triumphantly her own person. "I have the same feeling," she says. "I mean, I think the first went really well, of course. I remember the fabulous arrogance of that even now. But I'm not at all sure about the second one. There were some horrible questions about the use of metaphors in Donne's holy sonnets, and I totally froze up. I don't think they seemed very impressed. But maybe I winged it. That happens sometimes, doesn't it?" I nodded, though I wasn't even really sure of the question. The question really was immaterial. because I would have found it absolutely impossible not to agree with her. "Look," she said, "I really need a drink. No more beer for me. I want something stronger. Do you want a drink?" I nodded, still numb with blissful surprise. We had another academic interview in the morning, but that seemed completely meaningless now. She bought us 2 Jim Beam and Cokes, which at the time seemed the most sophisticated thing I had ever experienced. The sly, sticky warmth of the bourbon beneath all the sweetness of the soda. She drank hers with a straw and somehow made it look cool. I kept waiting for her to really see me, or rather the lack of me, the thing that was missing, the void inside. She'd be appalled. She'd be disgusted. She'd realise her mistake and go off with any of the other bright young things who were so much more her type. But it never happened. What I hadn't come to appreciate then was that Miranda was someone who spends so much time negotiating the various disparate parts of herself that she doesn't have very much time to properly see anyone else, to notice any discrepancy or lack. And that has always suited me just fine. In addition to this, Miranda likes a project. She doesn't like to go for the expected thing. She has eclectic taste, is a collector in her own way. Before anything else, we had that much in common. It didn't seem to matter to her what I said, or indeed what I didn't say, as I sat there dazzled. She was happy to have a mirror, a sounding board. Already, she made all the others, the ones before, the causes of so much heartache and shame, seem like paper cutouts of people. Here finally was something to emulate. Here was a proper project, worthy of all my resources and attention. Or, as other people, normal people might have put it, here was someone who could be my friend. We went dancing in a club she'd learned about from a third year who was meant to be supervising us, but spent most of the evening trying to chat her up. As soon as we got in there, she shook him off with an as-if roll of her eyes and grabbed my hand. We danced on a little retro multicoloured dance floor, sticky with spilled drinks. For once, I wasn't aware of my fatness or my weirdness or, briefly, joyously, the absence inside, because I was borrowing from her light. I was like the moon to her sun, and it was meant to be. I didn't believe I would see her again when I got accepted to Oxford. It would be too perfect, and I wasn't used to the things I wanted happening. Besides, for all her brilliance, I wasn't sure that she would have been bright enough, in the Oxford sense, to have got in. But there she was, at registration, my best friend-to-be, my inspiration, my living mood board, the fount from which I might draw in the hopes of constructing a personality of my own. I stood in line and waited for her to notice me. The moment would come, of course, I just had to be patient. It was impossible that she wouldn't notice me. We'd had that electric connection. Best friends at first sight. I imagined precisely how it would happen. She'd slouch along the row of freshers, also raw and shufflingly awkward, already looking like she'd been there for years, like she owned the place, her hair a gleaming sheet of gold, her leather bag of books pre-battered, her silk scarf trailing almost to the ground. Dazzling. And then she'd stop and do a double take when she saw me. "It's you! Thank God I haven't met anyone else I've wanted to chat to. Fancy going for a coffee?" And all the others in the queue, who had seen only a fat, bespectacled shell of a person, would suddenly see something else. Someone who was worthy of the attention of this goddess. I waited for that moment, as a priest might await the visitation of the divine presence, tingling with anticipation. She was turning. She was coming toward me, A lazy catch of the silk scarf, a toss of it over her right shoulder, and still I waited, almost trembling now. For a moment, I was so overwhelmed I actually shut my eyes, one long blink. And when I opened them, she was gone. I turned in disbelief. She had walked past me, straight by, without even stopping, let alone saying hello. I saw that she was turning to talk to the girl behind her. Dark-haired, too thin, dowdy. Her clothes almost conspicuously unfashionable, as unstylish as Miranda's were chic. And I understood. She already had a project. A hopeless case. This girl, whoever she was, had usurped me. Still, I had hope. I waited for her to notice me. I went to the junior common room and sat at the same table and watched her at the bar, drinking her Jim Beam and Coke. I'd sit close enough that I could hear all the things she talked about. I heard once that she hated the food in the canteen, but couldn't cook herself, so supposed she was stuck with it. So that was when I learned to cook, of course. I'd spend hours in the kitchen on her hallway, making elaborate meals, as good as any you could find in Oxford's restaurant scene. I'd wait for her to come past and loiter outside the door and say something like, "Oh my God, that smells incredible." Then I'd offer her some of it, because of course it was all for her, and we'd sit down and eat it together, and we'd become the best of friends. And I could, once again, borrow a little of her light. But it never happened. She never noticed me. The few times she did pass, she was too busy texting on her phone or chatting with her awful friend, or later, chatting with her equally awful boyfriend. They deserve each other, Katie and Julian. They never deserved her. I think of the sad, lonely girl who used to sit 6 seats behind her in lectures, who remembered the first day she walked into the lecture hall. As with the others, I couldn't decide what I wanted more, to be her or simply to be close to her. But I could see immediately that neither would be possible. Her friends were nothing like me. None of them were as pretty as she was, but they had the same gloss of cool. Even awkward, lank-haired Katie absorbing some of her allure. They would reject me as a foreign body. I had made no impact on her life at all, I began to realise, while she had defined the last few months for me ever since that interview. So I began to follow her, everywhere. She did call it stalking. I just thought of it as close observation. And when that didn't satisfy, I began to take things. Sometimes items that I suspected were of sentimental value. Other times, things that I knew had high significance, such as the essay she had plagiarized, or the earrings she had stolen. I wore those earrings for a week, the little painted parrots. With them hanging from my ears, I felt a little more her, a little less myself, as though they contained some essence of her power, her personality. I actually smiled at baristas in coffee shops and handed an essay in a day late and sat in the sun beside the Isis to tan my legs. I waited for her to notice, to challenge me about them. She never did. There was a moment in the street when I saw her catch sight of them and stop short. Her mouth formed a small O of surprise. Then she shook her head, as though reprimanding herself about something, and carried on her way. And I knew that she had only seen the earrings. She had not even seen me. That's when I realised that I could force her to pay attention. I could send the items back. I could let her know that it wasn't just her imagination, or that she hadn't suddenly become even more clumsy, more forgetful. Some things, though, the most special things, I did not send back. They were my talismans, like the holy relics of a religion. When I carried them about with me, I felt transformed. I became her guardian angel. She was so careless. Perhaps it was just that she had so many nice things, they didn't mean that much to her. A cashmere cardigan casually discarded on the edge of the dance floor, or a hairband poking out at the top of the bag she left on a cafe table while she went to the loo, or a heeled sandal after she'd taken them off at a ball and was too drunk to remember where she left them. I was her Princess Charming. I'd return each item with a carefully thought-out note. I imagined the little frisson she would get, knowing that she had a secret admirer out there. It would be better than not having lost the thing in the first place. I began to dress more and more like she did. I went on a diet. I had my hair straightened and dyed. Sometimes, if I caught a fleeting glimpse of myself in a shop window, it was almost like she was there instead of me. I got a second rather than the first my tutors had predicted, but I didn't mind. I'd got top marks in studying and becoming her. I followed her to London. I knew where they liked to drink, she and her friends, where they went out. The ironically divey bar on the High Street, and then to the even more divey club on Clapham High Street, Inferno's. And that was where, while I was sipping my lemonade at the bar, Mark approached me. Of course I knew who he was. At first, I was petrified. I thought he'd come to challenge me, ask why I was there. Then he said,
"Can I buy you a drink?"
And a whole new world of possibility opened up to me. I suddenly realised that he didn't see me as weirdo Emmeline Paget. He saw me as a desirable woman he'd met in a club, wearing her Miranda-esque leather skirt and silk shirt. So when he asked me my name, I said, Emma, my favourite Austen heroine, of whom Miranda had always reminded me a little. Something magical happened. As Emma, I became someone new. It was acting, the same beautiful dislocation from myself that I had known on stage in a school production when I briefly managed to become a different person entirely. Emma could be capable and cool, sexy, clever, but not too much so, not the kind of clever that scared people. She would be a social creature. She would be someone without layers, without darkness. She would be everything that I was not. And I would be legitimately close to her, would be called, even, a friend. That bloody photograph! I thought about it before many times. Of course I knew it was there. I have an encyclopedic knowledge of Miranda's Facebook account, but it wasn't my photograph. I didn't even know the person taking it, so there was nothing I could do about it. I could have reached out, asked him to take it down, but Miranda knew him, so that might only have drawn attention to it. It might have been worse than leaving it up. I wasn't tagged in it or anything, of course. No one would have known my name. And I looked so different. You'd have to have looked very hard and known exactly what it was you were looking for. Why would anyone study a photograph from 14 years ago and some 1,000 photos back? I thought I had been safe. I had been safe. "It is you," she says. "I've always been good at faces." She shakes her head as though she's trying to clear it. "It all makes sense, but wow, you have changed. You've lost weight. You've dyed your hair, but it is definitely you." "No," I say. "You've got it wrong. It can't have been me. I was at Bath." I've always prided myself on my game face and my acting abilities, but suddenly everything I say sounds false. Sounds like the lie it is. I shouldn't have said that, I realise. I should have just said I didn't know what she was talking about. In denying her accusations, I have confirmed that she is right. I make one more attempt to save myself. Oh, I say, perhaps I came up to visit a couple of weekends. I have friends at Oxford, of course. But it is all too late. I can hear it in the background, like a Greek chorus. Lie, lie, lie. It doesn't seem to matter anyway. It's like she hasn't even heard me. She is saying, I can see it all now. The stalker stopped almost around the time you and Mark got together. I thought it was him for a bit. I thought so again recently. He's always had a bit of a thing for me, but then I'm sure you know that. Now I understand. She pauses, then says, You know, I used to feel sorry for you. I thought Mark was just using you for your passing resemblance to me. Katie pointed it out. I would never have noticed it myself. But it was the other way around, wasn't it? I just want to be your friend. I know how it sounds. I can hear it. Desperate, pathetic. But there's no point in lying. She knows it all now. It might as well all come out.
53. Heather. Now, January 2nd, 2019. What did she look like? I ask. You're sure it was a woman? Ian screws up his eyes. He has gone very pale. I hope it's just the pain, not the loss of blood, but I suspect it is the latter. I've seen too many people die in an ambulance from wounds not much worse. Ian, what did she look like? Just a woman, he says. Just 2 women. You must have seen more than that, I say. What colour was her hair, the killer? Don't know, he says, and gives another groan. I suppose it was light-coloured. Maybe blonde? Not sure. Difficult to see properly, but definitely not dark. He seems certain of this. The other 2 female guests, Samira and Katie, have unmistakably dark hair. He might not know the exact shade of the woman's hair, but neither of theirs could be described as light. And then something else occurs to me. Ian, are you telling the truth when you say you didn't take the rifle? Why would I lie? He groans. You know everything else now. Why would I lie about that? He has a point. But I don't want it to be true because, if it is, she has the rifle. And in coming up here, we've made a horrible mistake.
54. Miranda. One day earlier, New Year's Day 2019. I shove my way out of the cabin. I can hear the clatter of Emma's feet on the steps behind me. Miranda, she says, please listen. I never meant any of it to upset you. I don't answer. I can't look at her or speak to her. I have no idea where I'm headed. Not to my own cabin, not to the lodge. Instead, I realise that I'm running in the direction of the path that stretches around the side of the loch. I have the dim idea of getting to the train station, waiting for a train. What time did Heather say they leave? 6 a.m. That can't be too far from now. I'm aware that I'm still drunk, drunker than I thought, and that there are probably a number of problems with this plan, but my brain is too fuzzy to think of them. I'll work them out when I get there. For now, I just have to get away. I plunge into the trees. It's darker here, but the gleam of the moon penetrates the branches, flickering over me like a strobe light. It's a long way to the station, says a little sober voice from somewhere deep in the recesses of my brain. I push it away. I could run like this forever. Nothing hurts when you're drunk. The only obstacle, I see it looming in front of me, is the bridge over the waterfall. I'll have to be careful there. And then suddenly, there's a black figure on the path just ahead. A man. He looks like something that has just uncut itself from the fabric of the night. He has a hood pulled up, like death personified. Inside, I can just make out the white gleam of his eyes. Then he is scrambling away from me, up the side of the slope above the path into the trees, disappearing into a little building that is almost hidden there. I teeter for a second, on the edge of the bridge. Is he going to rush out and attack me? He didn't like being seen. I know that much. I suddenly feel much more sober than before. It's the fear that has done it. Manda! I turn. Oh, Christ! Emma is just rounding the bend in the path. My hesitation has given her time to catch up with me. Manda, she says breathlessly, walking toward me. I just wanted to be your friend. Is that such a terrible thing?
55. Emma. You were never really my friend, she says now. Friends don't do that to each other. Don't say that. And you were only my friend before because of your connection to Mark. I would never have chosen you as a friend. I've always thought you're a bit dull, to be honest. I always thought you lacked depth, and I always thought you were trying too hard. It all makes sense now. There is a terrible pain beneath my rib cage, as if she has reached into the cavity with her bare hands and is squeezing, crushing. You don't mean that, I say. No, she says. No, I do. She is actually smiling. Her face is beautiful and cruel. I prefer this version of you, much more interesting. Even if you are a fucking weirdo. That stings. Don't call me that. What? Her manner is playground bully now. A fucking weirdo? Memories are surfacing from some dark, long-buried place. A classroom. The most popular girl in a year who looks... Yes, I can see it now. Rather like Miranda. I hadn't realised it before. The two faces. The remembered one and the one in front of me seemed to converge upon one another. Back then, I gave that girl a shove, a hard shove in the middle of her chest, and she toppled back into the sandpit. God! Miranda says. We call ourselves the inner circle, the best friends, the ones who remained while all the other ones fell away. But those other people were the sensible ones. They saw that the only thing holding us together was some tenuous history. Well, I'm going to get on the train and start a new life. One in which I don't have to see any of you lot again. Especially not you. Don't say that, Manda. Don't call me that. You have no right to call me that. Can you get off the bridge, please? I don't think it's meant for two people at the same time. I don't move. You can't mean that, Manda. All I have ever wanted is to be close to you, to be part of your life. She puts out her hands as if to fend off my words. Just leave me alone, you fucking psychopath. That word. It's the action of a moment. I put out my own hands and grab her neck. She's taller than me, stronger, probably, from all that boxercise and Pilates. But I have the element of surprise. I've got there first. I don't have any particular plan. I just want her to stop talking, to stop her from saying these horrible things that I know she can't mean. I am so disappointed in her. How can she see those little gifts, the well-thought-out notes, as the work of a psychopath? She's like one of them, one of the adults who tried to diagnose me so long ago. Not a psychopath, actually. Personality disorder, that's the official term for what I supposedly have. But I know the real definition. The feeling behind all that effort. All those little thefts and returns, all that work in tracking her down and getting Mark to like me to become part of the gang. Love. That's all it is. I don't know when it is that I realise there's no longer any sound coming from her. She has become strangely heavy, limp in my arms, slumped forward on me so that I am bearing all her weight. It is with a kind of unthinking horror that I push her away from me with quite a lot of force, like I once pushed that girl at the first school, the one who taunted me for dressing like her, for following her back home. No real damage done, just a shattered elbow. Enough, though, for the headmistress to call my parents into the office and for them to announce I was leaving before she could even utter the word expulsion. Better for everyone's reputation if no one made too much fuss about the whole thing. Except that time she fell backward into a sandpit. I had forgotten. I swear it. I had forgotten that we were standing on the edge of the bridge, some 40 feet above the frozen waterfall. When she fell, her head went back and her limbs were loose like a rag doll's, almost comical, windmilling. Then she disappeared into thin air, and there was a long silence. "Amanda!" I called softly, but I think I already knew that there was no way she would answer. "Amanda!" Only silent. When I look, there she is. She might almost be sleeping, except for the fact that her legs are at funny angles, splayed looking, and she is so graceful, my Miranda. And there is the red bloom around her head where it has struck the rocks. A starburst, a supernova of red, and something else, paler, mixed in with the blood, that I don't want to think about. I look about me. Has anyone seen? The landscape is completely deserted. There is no one, anywhere. I don't like the look of the little building, perched just above the waterfall. But there is no one in there, of course. It is just the way it has looked all weekend. The dark windows like blank eyes. The snow continues to fall, like the curtain coming down after the final act, or a white shroud to cover the beautiful broken body in the waterfall below. It covers my footprints, filling them as I step away, as though they had never been. I begin to cry. For her. For myself. For what I have lost.
56. Heather. Now, January 2nd, 2019. Doug, I say, I've got to get back to the lodge, now. You stay here, make sure he's all right. No chance, he says. I'm not going to let you go hearing off to try to kill yourself again. We're going together. His choice of words stalls me. Kill yourself. It summons an idea that has been on the edge of thought. Because when I decided to go up to the old lodge, I knew I would be in danger. At that point, I was fairly certain Ian had a gun. I knew that there was a chance I might be killed. I was gambling on that chance. Yes, it was as bad as a suicide mission. And no, I don't want to examine too closely what that means. Doug helps me to my feet. The sudden movement makes everything lurch. I'd forgotten about the head injury. And I stagger against him. He wraps an arm about me to prop me up. I can feel the warmth of his body even through our clothes. I take a step back. What about him? I motion to Ian. He's all right. Let's leave him here to think about what he's done. He doesn't look so good, Doug. He doesn't, though it's also true that he's not looking much worse. The bleeding seems largely to have been stanched by Doug's homemade gauze. I'm not, Ian says. I'm not doing so well. Take me with you. If it were that bad, Doug says brutally, you'd have lost consciousness half an hour ago. You can stay here until we come back to find you, guarding your precious stash. It occurs to me that there might be a chance to get a signal on my phone. Every so often up on the peaks, it flickers into life. I take it out, wave it in the air, turn airplane mode off and on, and finally, with a cry of triumph, I managed to raise a solitary bar.
"Who are you calling?"
Doug asks. "The police." Ian shudders, as though someone has just prodded the wound in his shoulder. In the time we've been in here, I notice, it has stopped snowing. The police helicopter can reach us now. But they are not aware of the new urgency of the situation. "Please," I say to the operator, "put me through to DCI John McBride. I have something very important to tell him."
57. Emma. Who did you think took that rifle from the storeroom? Me, of course. Ta-da! I've become pretty adept at noticing things over the years, and I have a memory that might as well be photographic. That passcode was stored in the neat little filing cabinet inside my mind from the second that big oaf of a gamekeeper punched it in. Seriously, what did Miranda see in him? She always did have terrible taste in men. There is a phone ringing incessantly in the office across the hallway from the living room. "Why doesn't she pick it up?" Mark asks. "Or him. It could be something important. It could be the police or something." We wait as the ringing stops, only to pick up again a minute later. "I'm going to go and have a look," I say. "See what's going on." The rest of the lodge seems particularly quiet. It is the silence of emptiness. Even before I push open the door to the office, I'm sure that the knock I give is redundant. They're not here. Not Heather, not the idiot gamekeeper. The phone is on the desk, still ringing. The sound is so loud it almost seems to vibrate in the silence. I lift the receiver. "Hello?" "Is that Heather McIntyre?" The voice on the other end is almost prepubescently youthful. "DCI John McBride asked me to give you a call. I've been trying your mobile too, but it's just going through to voicemail." Some instinct now persuades me to say, modulating my voice to a gentle Edinburgh burr, "I told you I've always been a good actress." "Yes, it's Heather here. How can I help?" "The DCI is on his way to you in the chopper." There is an unmistakable delight in the way he says this, like he's enjoying the drama of it. "Finally," I say. "Well, that's excellent news." They have no way of tracing it to me, I think. Even if they can work their CSI magic with DNA and fibres, well, I was wearing Mark's coat, and our DNA will be all over one another. There would be nothing strange about Miranda having flakes of my own skin on hers, or my hairs on her person. We've travelled on a train together, eaten together, danced and hugged over the last few days. I owe it to Miranda not to get myself caught, you see, because I still have my chance to avenge her. "He also," the operator coughs. I swear I hear a squeak in his voice, as if it's only just breaking. God, if they're practically employing children to man their phones, I have even less to fear from these goons than I thought. "He also asked that you do nothing to alarm the suspect." "The suspect?" I ask. "Yes, well, of course." He's speaking quietly, anxiously now, as though he knows he's made a mistake. "She won't officially be that until we have assessed the situation, but the one you say was seen that night with the victim." "She?" I want to ask him to repeat himself, just to be certain, even though I know what I heard. To do so, though, would be to arouse suspicion. But no one saw. I just stopped myself from saying it. My shock is a momentary lapse of control. They might be talking about Katie, I think wildly. Yes, that must be it. Perhaps Julian dropped her in it to save his own bacon or something to that effect. Except, I'm not sure I can afford to think that way. It's not prison I'm afraid of. I deserve to pay for what I have done. though no punishment will be worse than the one I have already had meted upon me, the loss of Miranda, my idol, my lodestar. What I fear is not having time to take revenge on her behalf. Well, I'll just have to speed things up.
58. Katie. Katie, Emma says, can I have a word outside? There's an odd urgency to her tone. I wonder what it was about that phone call she just took. Miranda's death seems to have hit her, if possible, the hardest of any of us. I suppose Julian and I have our own guilt to contend with, which complicates things. I haven't yet been able to work out which of the two emotions I feel more strongly, grief or self-hatred. Somehow, this has all felt like our fault. But Emma has spent the day staring at the floor, hardly saying anything. She rushed to that phone as if she was hoping it was someone ringing to say there'd been a terrible misunderstanding, that Miranda had been found alive after all, that everything else had been a big mistake. Please, she says, it's important. Okay. I get up and follow her. She leads me along the corridor, out toward the front of the lodge, where the snow lies pristine and white as an eiderdown beside the loch. It has stopped falling, I notice. That's good news, isn't it? Who was that on the phone? I ask Emma. Was it the police? Yes, she says. It turns out they have a suspect. Who? I ask. Come over here, she says. Her face is contorted with some powerful emotion that I can't quite read. She beckons with a hand. I don't want one of the others to overhear us. This can only mean one thing. It's one of us. Mark, I think. I know it can't be Julian. When I woke up from a fitful sleep, he was beside me on the sofa, his mouth hanging open. I actually had to double-check he was alive. It has to be Mark. Oh, God, that explains Emma's weird expression. Emma, I say, walking toward her. Is it who I think it is? He has always been obsessed with her. I warned Miranda, and she laughed it off. She always thought she could handle herself. Now Emma does something odd. She bends and sweeps her hand through the snow, as though she is searching for something. What are you doing? I ask. When she stands up, she is holding something. It takes me a beat to work out what it is. My body seems to have done so before my mind has caught up. Suddenly my limbs are frozen, my spine rigid. Emma, what are you doing with that? She doesn't seem to register the question. Her entire face has changed. She looks like a stranger, not the woman I have known for 3 years. It's your fault, she hisses. Everything that happened to her. If she hadn't found out about you two, and your disgusting affair, she wouldn't have been so upset. She wouldn't have said the terrible things she did. It wasn't her fault. It wasn't mine. It was yours. At first, when I try to speak, I can only form the words silently with my mouth, releasing nothing but a bubble of air. I am aware of a strange thundering noise, staggeringly loud, all around us. The sound of something drumming, whoomp, 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 like a giant heartbeat. I can't see anything to make sense of it, though, and perhaps, after all, it is only the rushing of the blood in my ears. I don't understand, Emma. I don't understand what you're saying. Of course not, she says, because you're too stupid. She spits the word. You never deserved her for a friend. I see something change in her expression, a spasm of pain. I understand. It was you, I say. She doesn't answer. She just raises her eyebrows and does something to the rifle, making an ominous clicking sound. It is raised, level with my sternum. Don't shoot for the head, I can hear the gamekeeper saying. Shoot for the body, where all the internal organs are clustered together. A shot like that is much more likely to be fatal. I see Emma's face as it was after she shot the deer, anointed in gore, marked out as a killer. I don't have time to do anything before I hear the sound of the report, familiar from before. I feel something shunt into me with terrible force. As I hit the ground, everything goes black.
59. Doug. It seems an incredible distance back to the lodge, much farther down than it had seemed, perversely on the way up. Beneath the snow are tangles of heather that snag at their ankles and threaten to trip them with every step. But it is also the new knowledge they now possess, the new understanding of how dangerous the situation at the lodge might prove to be. They have made a huge mistake, leaving the guests to their own devices, but knowing what Ian could have done to Heather had Doug not shown up, he cannot be sorry he chose as he did. Finally, they are on the path back to the lodge, and then above them, a vast metal bird begins to descend from the clouds, blades whirring with a deafening throb. For a moment, Doug is thrown back 9 years to a place of fear and darkness, in spite of the blinding desert light, and the helicopter becomes an instrument of war, an Apache circling overhead, trying to pick out enemy positions. He reminds himself that it is the police, that this is a good thing. The great Scots pines are shedding their covering of snow, thrashing in the draft created by the blades. Then Heather gives a horrified cry and picks up her pace. Incredibly, it is he who is struggling to keep up with her. Now he sees what she has seen. The two women, one blonde, one dark, stand facing one another in front of the lodge. The blonde is stooping to unearth something in the snow. He knows what it is, even before he sees it emerge in her hand. The long, elegant barrel, lethal from some distance, but from 3 meters, the gap between the two figures. Catastrophic. They have finally reached flat ground, and before he can tell her to stop, Heather is sprinting toward them. Neither of the women sees her, so intent are they on one another. He is running too, toward the one with the rifle. He is too late. As the gun discharges, he sees Heather leap toward the dark-haired woman, knocking her out of the way. He sees an explosion in a faraway place. That terrible moment. The men, his friends, all dead because of his hesitation. He wrenches himself back to the present. He throws himself down next to her, where the snow is splattered with her blood.
Epilogue 60. Heather. When I first came round from an opiated sleep, I had no idea who I was, let alone where. The first person I saw was Doug. "Hello," he said. "I hope you don't mind me being here." Before the nurse left the room, she said, "You've got a great man here. He's been sitting in that same spot the whole time you were in surgery, waiting for you to come round." I looked at Doug. He seemed embarrassed, as though he had been caught out in something. "I had to tell them we were together," he said in an undertone. "Otherwise they would have sent me away. I hope you don't mind." His hand was only a few centimetres from mine, resting on the sheet. I lifted mine with some effort to cover his. It seemed miraculously warm and alive. It was the first time I had touched another human being in any significant way. In a long, long time. Over the next couple of hours, they all arrived after the long drive from Edinburgh, the friends whose happiness and wholeness I have been avoiding for a year. And of course, my family. My mum repeating that she knew that place had something bad in it, and what I realised was, I am loved. I love. I have lost the great love, the one that for years defined me, that had come to be the sum total of who I was. So much so that when it was gone, I was certain there was nothing left to salvage. I'm not sure what compelled me to do what I did. I saw the whole scene playing out before me, as though at half the speed, and I realised that there was time, and that I had the element of surprise. I could do something. I didn't even really think about the danger to myself. There wasn't time for it. I didn't even think about it as the bullet entered my abdomen. It was only when I lay on the ground, winded, and the pain arrived in a wave so intense, I was convinced I had to be dying. But now, I'm wondering if it was some memory of Jamie always putting the lives of strangers before his own that impelled me. Ian is all right. In fact, apparently he's on the same ward as me somewhere. With a police escort, naturally. According to Doug, he was in so much pain, that he sobbed out his confession when Doug brought the police up to the old lodge. It seems he was a cog in a much larger machine. The drugs came from a lab in Iceland. Ingvar and Kristen? Not their real names, obviously. Those backpacks had been filled with something much more valuable than hiking equipment. The train guard at the station was paid more than double his own salary to turn a blind eye. A few innocuous suitcases unloaded at the other end, delivered to the boss's members' clubs. And New Year's Eve, the best time to do it. Everyone distracted. Emergency services stretched to capacity. The one turning these cogs, of course, was the boss. It turned out he and Ian went a long way back. As a young man, Ian had served a long sentence in prison for car theft, and had come out without any options. Finally, he had managed to get a job as the bouncer of a rather upmarket club in London. The owner of the club had approached him with an offer. A cushy job, better pay, a new start. The drugs, it turned out, had been the boss's main source of money all along, not the members' clubs, nor the lodge, though both had provided a nice blind, and both were integral to the product's journey from Icelandic lab to the well-heeled end users. They caught him sipping an orange juice in the first-class lounge at Heathrow, en route to skipping the country. Quite a coup for the Fort William police station. A murder and a drugs bust, all from the same serene almost wilderness. A wilderness that, I've decided, and not just because of the murder and the drugs bust, isn't for me. I'll miss my morning swim in the loch, of course. And, a surprise even to me, I'll miss my taciturn co-worker. Doug's agreed to come and spend the weekend with me once I've settled back into life in Edinburgh, and bought myself a guest sofa bed, which may or may not be used. He has his own stuff to work out first, his own journey to go on. Both of us, I think, have been living in limbo. Both of us running from death, and in so doing, fleeing from everything else. Now, it is time to get on with the difficult business of living.
61. Katie. I'm due to give birth in a few weeks. There was a worry that I might lose the baby after being tackled to the ground like that, but she was fine. I'm going to have a girl. I'm working right up to my due date. I've been working hard, putting in longer hours and operating on less sleep than I should have in my condition. But it's been a distraction. My whole pregnancy has been tangled up with my grief for Miranda. Yes, grief. I know it might be almost hard to believe, considering what a terrible friend I had been to her of late, and the way she could be with me. It's true. I didn't always like Miranda. Sometimes I positively hated her. But I did love her. That's what happens when you have known someone for such a long time. You see all their faults, yes, but you know their best qualities too. And Miranda had so many of those. No one could light up a party like her. No one would offer her best dress to borrow at the drop of a hat. And there aren't many popular girls of 13 who will stake all their social credit on the rescue of an outsider. She was, in her way, utterly unique. No one could be a fiercer ally. And yes, no one could be a more formidable enemy. Apart from, perhaps, one person. Emma was spectacular at the trial, very contrite and grief-stricken and very, though not too, well-dressed. Gone was the resemblance to Miranda, the seductive blonde, the femme fatale. I suppose you don't particularly want to go for the fatale look when you're on trial for murder. Her hair had been dyed back to a very modest shade of mouse. She wore a high-necked, almost Victorian pie-crust blouse. She looked like something between a choir girl and a schoolteacher. She wept as she explained that Miranda had started taunting her about her condition, despite her attempts to explain. Oh, she hadn't meant to strangle Miranda, she said. There had been a tussle, yes, after Miranda had said some terrible, unforgivable things. It was self-defense. Miranda had been drunk and vengeful, had come at her fighting tooth and nail. She'd shoved her away, and then, realizing the consequences of the push, had tried to save Miranda by grabbing onto the nearest thing within reach, her neck. No, doesn't sound very likely to me. and the prosecution didn't think so either. It should be impossible not to convict on the basis of so much evidence. But we live in a post-truth world. The jury lapped it up. They simply could not convict her of murder. Not this well-spoken, quiet, meek person who looked just like the daughter of a friend, or a girl they remembered from school. People like her didn't commit murder, not proper murder. They simply had unfortunate accidents. The papers compared it to the case of that other Oxford alumnus, a few years ago, who stabbed her boyfriend with a bread knife. People like them just don't serve time. The defence, meanwhile, gleefully painted a picture of Miranda as an unhappy person, someone whose life was falling apart beneath a glossy facade, a big drinker, a drug taker. She, after all, had supplied our group with drugs on the first night of the holiday. Emma, importantly, had abstained from taking anything, and Miranda was prone to erratic, bullying behaviour, the defence claimed. The way she'd forced Mark to drink that champagne, coerced me into the freezing lock. Controlling, manic, unstable. She'd been seeing a psychotherapist, hadn't she? Manslaughter, that was the charge, and a 4-year sentence. She, this woman who pushed my oldest friend to her death and who tried to kill me, will be out in 4 years' time. I try not to think about it. As for the rest of them, apart from Nick and Beau, of course, I was right in suspecting we had nothing in common. Miranda had really been the link. And history, I suppose, the laziness of habit. I'm not here to try to acquit myself. I behave no better than any of them, and far worse than some. But isn't that just part of the problem? Old friends don't challenge us on our faults. I have not been a good person. I needed something to show me that. I just wish it hadn't been this. The group is fragmented now. The inner circle has imploded from within. There is no centre to it, no high priestess. Samira and Giles are, I imagine, getting along very happily in Balham with all their right-thinking friends, who don't take drugs or down bottles of champagne, or, for that matter, kill each other. Nick and Beau are moving back to New York. Mark has already, make of this what you will, met another almost but not quite Miranda substitute at the agency where he works. Julian's path has been the most radical. He has gone off for a detox in Goa for a month, though with the live yoga instructor at the city gym he used to visit, so perhaps there's more to it than the desire to become a Zen master. He's told me he'll be back in time for my due date. Worse luck. If I could have this baby without ever having to see him again, I don't think I'd particularly mind. I'll be linked to him now, my child's father. Not quite the clean break I would have wanted, from him, and by association from the whole group. Still, at least I never have to go on another bloody holiday with any of them. I'd like, now, to get to know people who know me for me, not for who I used to be, who won't expect me to step back into a role that I don't quite fit into anymore, who won't see me as a project to be worked on, but will see me as a whole fully formed. Last week, when we concluded our latest case at the firm, I decided to go for a rare drink, elderflower for me, with my colleagues. They actually aren't all that bad. They might even be normal people when they're not inside the fetid air of the office, hamster-wheeling their way through contracts. There is one guy, Tom, from the litigation team, who doesn't actually look at all that bad without his crumpled suit jacket, glasses, and the fear of God in his eyes. Perhaps it's time to make some new friends. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of The Hunting Party, a novel by Lucy Foley. Performed by Gary Furlong, Elle Newlands, Morag Sims, Imogen Church and Maura Quirk. Presented by William Morrow and Harper Audio. This programme was produced by Dion Audio Services. Executive Producer, Suzanne Franco-Mitchell. Text copyright 2019 by Lucy Foley. Production copyright 2019 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.